Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding and chill. I'm your host Johnny. Delighted to be here. Delighted to find you. I hope I find you well. Excellent. I hope your weeks have been going amazing. It's sunny here in Barcelona and more up to my recommended degrees range, like around 17 degrees. I love that. I love warm climates. And today we'll be adding complexity into our app. I'll switch straight into desktop view just to show what we're working with here. In the previous stream, we ended up with this scaffold of the Goblin website, an app that will be expanded upon today and for the next few streams. The previous stream series, you can find a playlist in the description, as always, was making a portfolio site for this imaginary photographer, light mode, dark mode, all of that good stuff, view transitions, localization, many cool things. Click around yourself, tell me what you like, tell me what you don't, and we're gonna fix it, we're gonna get there. But we delivered this project, then we got an even bigger project, more complexity, therefore more money to be negotiated there. And we spent the last stream like a couple of hours, maybe an hour and a half, to kind of reskin, restyle, retweak all of this into this brand new app. So still we kept things like light and dark mode, but added different colors, different themes, different links, different copy, different everything, favicons. We did quite a lot of things, but didn't take that long. Today we will be adding complexity, and we'll be adding something that we could add into our portfolio or marketing site, because we'll start by adding email capture, lead generation. Everyone wants to do it. So maybe your client says, I want a form in my website where people will drop their email and then I can put them in a mailing list or whatever. Surprisingly, in 2024, mailing lists are still very effective. So people just want to have people's emails, and then if they manage to provide something useful in their inboxes, they get converted. So people want to do it. That's not one of the things that I feature reject. I will challenge the client and tell them, do you have the time to do a mailing list? And maybe sometimes they do, maybe they have other plans. If I'm convinced, I will add the email capture. So that's what we'll be doing today. This website, the portfolio and marketing website, was mostly static. You could get away with doing it in something like Astro or Eleventy or something like that. But we went with SvelteKit exactly because we knew we'd be using this as a starting point to get into front-end full stack dev. And now, where it's the point where we need to start talking to databases, to other APIs, SvelteKit will be making our lives much easier. And a key thing that we'll be doing today as well is test drive, have some meaningful tests of that flow, and so something that is considered maybe complicated. It's not standard in the business. I have done videos about it. We'll be configuring and using mock service worker to have more confidence in our error handling, edge cases, and be able to do cool demos on command. And this is not like beginner level for sure, even though the rest of the series has been, but I do want it to be beginner level. I want to be the change I want to see in the world. Very often in interviews, when I'm on either side, even when I'm the candidate, I will ask people, do you do DDD? And they'll say, I wish I did more. And, I don't know, maybe I don't have the time. I talk about mock service worker and stuff like that. And they are kind of amazed, like, oh, I wish I had this set up. And I just want it to be the standard. So the more we use it as a more like beginner intermediate thing, the more it will become the standard, the more you'll be able to Google it and configure it in your app. So I think this is going to be a very valuable tool to have on your toolkit that will still be impressing people for quite a while. Even if everyone watches this episode, the change in the industry is not going to happen overnight. So you will be able to impress people with this, but we'll take it step by step. People have been telling me that I should be talking about more the links in the description, and especially Johnnify Premium. So you can click around the live apps of everything here. And if you want the code, you can subscribe to Johnnify Premium here. Pick the tier that works for you. If you want I do see tremendous value in coding along with me and creating your own starters, because then you 100% understand the code. But maybe you do want the shortcut of just getting the finished code. Maybe you just want to see the latest updates. Maybe you see it as a Patreon-like thing and you just want to support me doing this and doing more of this. I'd appreciate your watching time, I guess. Either way, you don't need to get Johnnify Premium. But people have been telling me this is a lot of value. I've been using my own code, obviously, myself for years and years, and I do think it saves me at least one day for every new project. And now that there are happy clients of Johnnify Premium with exclusive access to these starters and the other code, they are telling me that, yeah, this is worth it. This is saving me time. In particular, Joao, who is trying to do a micro SaaS thing where he wants to explore different SaaS products and monetize a few of them and see which one works the most, and have therefore a lot of passive income by having like 10 successful micro SaaSes. He has been saying that he's able to explore different ideas by starting with a Johnnify starter and then just trying to tweak the little variables that make that unique SaaS really unique, and not worrying about how do I do like dark mode, how do I set the environment variables, how do I do X. It's solved. And hello, Miguel, in the chat. Yes, I got this monetization idea from Patreons, actually, because of all things, Final Cut, Patreon, Dad and Bates, and others have this cool thing where they show a tutorial of here's the effect you can do in Final Cut or After Effects or wherever, but you can follow along if you just want the effect, you know, support the show, support the Patreon, and you get a downloadable file or project or effect for free. And I thought, that's cool, that gives value back as well. I think I should do that, and that also forces me to work on these projects even more, have more of a tutorial, like the README is a bit more involved than other READMEs I may have had in the past, because I know that real people are going to be using them. They're going to need more instructions. If there is an issue, then it's going to be added. And of course, it does generate more discussion. Join up in the Discord as well. Give me your ideas. Today's subject in particular has been adjusted according to feedback in the community as well. The idea, I always have like a rough plan, and I was thinking that we'd be going straight to talking about databases today with Drizzle and Turso, but we'll be doing the email capture first. And the reason is I wanted to show mock service worker first and kind of focus a bit more on the testing part of an app, because I want to standardize having confidence in your tests as well. Right, so did I rant enough for the preamble? There's a big agenda for today and my coffee cup is full. I will say that if you are one of those people that have told me, oh, I wish I had more time to do TTD and practice and all of that, like, I don't blame you, don't worry, don't lie to me. You can just say, I don't do it, I don't write tests or whatever. It's fine. Like, I don't judge you, I don't blame anybody. You're your own person. You can do your own decisions in general in life, and even more when it comes to tests. In the grand scheme of things, does it really matter? But if you want to deploy with confidence, then TDD, BDD, like meaningful tests, can give you an edge. Keep in mind that if you have a code base that is using TypeScript well, so not with like TS and Go ignores and then is everywhere, then I do have more confidence that your stuff works in production than if you had the type of tests that I see quite a lot in the business. A lot of like meaningless implementation detail tests that people were taught to write because they're easy to write and therefore they just repeat them. I don't think these help you. There are tests that can not help you and actually make you go slower. So let's try today to write some meaningful tests, try to teach more about tests. I don't blame anybody for their test writing style or their lack of tests or anything else. And we're all trying to figure it out together. So please give me your suggestions. If you think that my tests are meaningless, well, then we need to have words. But if you think they can be better, that's probably true. So let me know what your opinions are. Right, so email capture, very important. Like even today, I think RSS feeds aren't that popular. I still use them, but a lot of websites don't support them. So actually, I am subscribed to quite a lot of newsletters that I consistently read. So somehow 2024 email still works, the most resilient mechanism of the internet. It's been going around for many, many years, decades, and it's going to be around for even longer. Great way to log in and authenticate as well. So why not capture those customer emails? And for today's thing, I guess, even if your client didn't want email capture, you could say, all right, it's going to take a while to get the app of your dreams working, maybe a week or whatever, but we can get something in production. That's always better. And if people somehow do end up there, maybe we do want to have like a email capture, like declare interest, like a fake doors type of thing. So let's put email capture in there. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to talk about a few ways to capture those emails, where to put them like in our own database or in like a third party like Resend or MailChimp, and other solutions. Last time I think I talked about you can have your analytics software like track an event with a person's email address. You know, you have analytics anyway, why not use that? But we'll keep things flexible by doing dependency injection. In other languages, you'd call it dependency injection for sure. In TypeScript and in SvelteKit, it's not really dependency injection. I haven't seen anybody else talk about this as dependency injection, but I have. Maybe I'm a trendsetter in this. Well, we'll see. I'll ask one of my Java first principal software engineers, peers, friends, and see. And I'll ask them, does this count as dependency injection? And if they say no, then I'll come back to Ahmed. All right. So we'll be storing the emails anywhere we want, but the way we'd get them is by using HTML forms. So even if you're not doing SvelteKit, you would be able to do this. SvelteKit has a great way to enhance forms to begin with, which we'll get to, and Next.js and other frameworks have liked this approach as well. So the JavaScript frameworks are converging to having the HTML form being the basis of mutating data and doing things like capturing emails. So it's going to be useful regardless if you do SvelteKit and Svelte 5 or not. But we will be doing SvelteKit today. And the first thing we're going to do is some form UI. So I'm imagining we are using DaisyUI in this project as well. I'm imagining we'll have like a section like this, which will say something like generate leads, or no, not generate leads, like stay up to date, like, sign up first, something like that. We'll figure out the copy, and it will have definitely an email field, maybe a name field. We'll talk about that. And then register. Usually you want people to fill in as little as possible. So especially for your newsletters, it would just be the person's email, but maybe you want like 2 things. And for the sake of today, we'll, for teaching purposes, we'll also, that's one more reason that where we'll have an optional field and a real field. I think a UX designer will tell you, just have the email there, like get them to put their email and click the button as fast as possible. No more barriers, don't ask for anything else. But for teaching purposes, again, we will be doing 2 fields. And this UI has like quite a lot of opinionated input fields. And I think we will be using this one, but without like a million labels. Which is what they have here as well. So the first thing is implementing this hero section, but we will be trying to do BDD, the behavior driven development. So the first thing actually is to write a test. First have a breaking test and then move on to the code. All right, Godspeed, good luck to us. Let's get to it. So we have set up Playwright and we have a few tests. And we can copy either one. You should see the same regardless if you're on desktop or mobile. So this is not going to be a mobile or desktop specific test. And it's going to be a mailing list or sign up test. Let's say mailing list spec. And for now, I am thinking we will keep it on the home page. We will wait for the app to be hydrated, especially in forms, especially because Playwright types so fast, those actions faster than any human. I have seen it where it has filled the form and then clicks button and then the app hydrates and then the things don't quite work. So I have it wait for this hydrate test ID to be added in the document, which gets added as a side effect once SvelteKit hydrates the app. We've talked about this. in the portfolio series when we did quite a lot on navigation smoke test there, but it's like a 15-hour series, so I figured I should quickly mention it here as well. So it would still be here on the homepage, would still wait for it to be hydrated, and then let's say that there's going to be a section that says that does have a title of sign up, like this is where we figure out the copy, and it's going to be an H3, so only have one H1 in any one page, and nothing else here. So let's say that in the home page we have a level 2 header that says get a news sign up for updates. No marketing site comes into my mind. Notified first. Get the loot drops first. Get in the queue first. I must not worry too much about the copy. All right. So this test should fail in this stage because we don't have such a heading. Fair enough. Saying it's not the real thing. And this one, rename it. So Svelte 5 is great, but doesn't give me the Svelte inspector, so I can't just command click and go to the correct component, unfortunately. But I don't know, it's here, doesn't have much, so maybe we can have like a separate section here, like a separate Svelte component that's going to have an H2 that says, I think we have like a section title actually, that should say and if I've managed to make this be case insensitive, this should work now. Yeah, all right. So we are on green, we don't have a failing test, so I'll just do, I'll just move straight to what would you ask your QA person to do. So our automated QA Playwright, we should describe things the same. So I would tell them, put your name and your email. So let's await expect again, but this time it won't be a specific role. We'll get something by label. Let's find the field that says label. And type. Say Miguel kindly in the chat. So I don't want to expect anything. Is type a real thing? Right. No. Let's get our first on Playwright. Maybe it's like feel, I suppose. Yeah, feel is correct. And actually, to have this be more accessible, there's a big discussion. Should I ask for a person's first name or surname or last name or family name or what? Again, in the vein of you should ask for as little as possible. If you really need their name, just ask for their name, and then it's up to them to say, you know, I want you to call me Johnny or Johnny M or JMag or whatever. Up to them. That's something I've read regarding accessibility, and that's why I do it in Johnnify Premium as well. I ask, what should we call you, for example, when we send you mail, so they know what to put in there. Like, so when they get emails, they're not surprised. Like if someone calls me like Johnny McGrippis, do you want to get this new service? Like there's a new letter. It would feel weird. I'd rather in that situation, that service would address me as Johnny. Other services should be like dear sir, whatever. So give the person the flexibility to be called what they want, and just ask for their names, and don't worry about first names and last names and surnames and whether they have like a million middle names. It doesn't matter to you, shouldn't matter to you. Just have them decide the honorifics, what they want to be called. All right, bit of a diversity and exclusion tangent, always worth it. But I did all of this because the label should actually be what should we call you? And now this should fail because there is nothing with this label, and that's up to us to implement. And I'm gonna refactor this into a Svelte component immediately and just collocate it here. Like mailing list sign up section, just have this. Render it here. Should have actually done this while I had a green test, because this is refactoring. So let's pretend this hasn't happened yet. Confirm this still works. Okay, refactored. So now this fails. And we want this to happen. And like we're not gonna be in like strict TDD and do like the minimum possible, because ain't nobody got time for that. That's more useful if you're doing like more Unity tests. This is more integration into it and test, and I like to capture the simplest scenarios fastest. For more unit tests, then it is worth it to go with the least complexity you can and be forced to write better tests before you increase the complexity. But for now, like for this one, I am allowing myself to skip a few steps, just put this thing here. Oh well, it's actually kind of a lot of HTML. Maybe this should also have been part of the refactoring process. Right. So let's keep this a section. Minimum height screen, that's interesting. And here is where we want our section title from before. Oops, I typed something. Paste, I do recommend, and I am paying for it, but they do have a nerve to say, oh, this should be a review. It's like, I'm doing these live streams for 5 hours and I don't say you should like and subscribe. Come on. Isn't this enough advertisement? All right, getting somewhere. And here we can have like a bit more copy to say, right, so they have added a form for us, and they have this weird label that's not tied to an input, so we will be changing this. And they have this password field that we don't really want. Forgot password and all of that. Don't want them. Sign up for free could be the button. Since it's there, like we haven't written a test yet, but not the end of the word. So what happens if we do this? So what I like is to nest inputs inside labels as much as possible, because then they're tied, the label is tied to the input without having to add extra HTML attributes. So I like doing this. And first we do want the, what should we call you? And it looks quite nice. But should this be like as big as possible? No. Should this be flex and flex call? Gap 4, gap 2. Right, I do want this to be left aligned, which seems like even mobile first will be able to do it. Ooh, this card body I don't quite like. But we'll fix it later. Let's do dark mode first and we'll figure it out. So what should we call you? This should be a type text, placeholder should be named, and it's actually optional, this one. Just because we have the copy that we want, and since we can click and get in the input, Playwright should be able to fill this in. So now it should succeed. Yes. So interesting enough, if we didn't nest the input inside the label, let's see, would it fail? It would, because it finds the label, but it cannot find the input that it's linked with. So if I click now, I don't get in the input, and I cannot type in, like, you know, the name here or whatever I want. So more accessibility by writing code tests with Playwright. Isn't that great? If you really don't want to nest the input in the label, but why wouldn't you do that? Then, like, you can give the input an ID, has to be unique, and then label, you give it a 4, and then again, when you click on the label, you get to the name. That's useful if your label is like way out for some reason, very far from the input, and it would be easier to style it if you didn't nest the input in the label. And again, like this, Playwright will succeed because it is able to focus on the input correctly and fill in stuff. So that's quite neat, but not what we do here. And I do think that now we can like spend like 2 seconds to left align this. Should we left align this? I think we should. I don't like this, so I will have it. Maybe I do. It seems like cardbody is doing something. So I will keep that. And now I'm trying to see, don't do this. I'm trying to see form, so let's put in form control. It is full width. This is full width. Everything looks good. Is this one text left? What does form control add? It is flex. Okay. So items start. Yeah. Good. And what's the deal with this guy? What does the label give it? Ah, label text. Is this the thing that makes it align differently? Not really. Start here too. Yeah. Okay. We're getting there. So what should we call you in this one? We can make it full width. If we make this full width, we'll need to alright, does it look ridiculous in bigger sizes? No, because it drops to the right. The columns change, so looks nice. Looks decent. Yeah, copy, can make it better. Should we add margin bottom here? This looks slightly better. And still on green. Maybe not. Spoke too soon. So what did we mess up here? Maybe it's out of the screen. Try one more just in case. I think by default it should be scrolling there by itself, but just in case it's not. Let's have another look. You can give flags to Playwright to, if something is not already on the page and you're saying fill in this, it would be telling you that it's not currently visible. But I think for this one by default it should be chill. Yeah, so there must be another reason. So let's add this padding back in and figure it out. Indeed, in real life, if I do click, it doesn't get there. Interestingly enough. So no wonder Playwright is having the same problem. Is it because this is in a span? But it shouldn't be, right? Let's not put it in a span. Let's see what happens. Nothing. So what did we add here to not make this trick working? Ah, we left the 4. I tried to do like the cool demo and messed up. We're saying for name and it's not there. All right. We're saying it's for an element that doesn't exist. That was my mistake, my bad, sorry. No other reason to not use for attribute and just nest things in there. All right, so Playwright was correct. We would have deployed this because we saw it working manually and then be like, oh, why can't anyone sign up? It's because you didn't check again, mate, and you made a mistake. Right. Right. So next thing, your email. Your email or your preferred email. And that should fail. It does. So we can go about making that happen. And we could create like a little component for this, but for now, like we'll just copy paste it once and it should be fine. So for this one, what was the autocomplete? Can't spell dreads to without dreads. And we can change it up to email. So if they're on iOS, they get the related keyboard with the @ sign, and to have email validation by default. So this won't work. A browser specific validation here. We get this for free. The spec says that you don't need the .com in the end, so this would be valid, which is crazy, but hey, it is what it is. Right, so I think the placeholder should be like a bit brighter, but hey. Yeah, maybe just the input should have text primary. That's more fun. Cool. So, does this pass? Hopefully. And we've preemptively done the button. So pop quiz, how do we find and click the button? We use our favorite selector, get by role. That's the role of button. It's button. You're right, Copilot. So this, I think we've preemptively fulfilled. Great. Done. Nailed it. Looks kinda alright. Does it look terrible on light mode? Was that the thing I was worried about? Wow. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with the card background here. Maybe it's just this theme, but it doesn't look good. Yeah, so what does it apply? Is it card? Is it this? No. It is the card body. Is this? No. Yes. What is it? Is it the hero? No. Is it the hero content? No. What is it? What applies this? Ah, it's this, a busy page 100. It's not. It's not. Let's inspect. So it's base 200. Is it here? Am I just... What am I doing? I didn't see this at all. So this is the most intense shadow in the world. So let's specify shadow here. Doesn't quite work. So what does this specify? We won't worry too much about the shadow, I promise. But I am curious, this is like super intense. Is it this? It is. So I would love a different box shadow. And I thought that by saying shadow, it would use the shadows that I want. So it's applying shadow to Excel, I guess. Somehow. This is too intense in my book. Ah, here. It's all made to be easily adjustable and just keep missing. I'm used to having like a lower, higher pixel density and more real estate and be able to see more of my Tailwind classes, but now I'm missing them. All right, so now it looks more sensible, not as aggressively shadowed. Looks all right. This button, well, this could be better. We have a primary button, so we'll just use this, hope for the best. Looks exactly the same. Usually, like in other projects, I have like a very nice button, like a more extreme button with gradients, but here I guess I was more tame. Oh well. All right, looks decent, I would say. Can't even tell the shadow in here, but that's fine. That's fine. All right. What's next? Let's look at the agenda. So done with this. We did the form. Now we want to capture the email. Now that people can submit the form, and we have a happy path test. Later in the episode, we will be testing more use cases, more stuff. Don't worry. But for now, let's see how do we get that email address. Most important thing, and also like this, and do something with it. So with SvelteKit, you are incentivized to work with vanilla HTML forms because they work great with SvelteKit. They can be progressively enhanced to work even better with JavaScript. But even if for some reason JavaScript ain't working, it will still work. The form submission will still happen. And I'm just considering, should I open like the docs, because I have links in the description. So form actions. The first thing we want to do is specify that we want a post action because we're going to be mutating data. If you're not going to be mutating data, then it's a get action. When you query Google, for example, when you Google search, when you Google stuff, it's a get form action, and you just add query parameters. But now we will be mutating things. Our database will get an extra record, or we'll try to mutate things at the very least. And these are usually classified as post operations. You can mutate stuff with get requests, and there are even like more precise terminology for using like put and patch requests and stuff. But if you can have get requests, they don't mutate data, they don't have side effects, you just get different data. And post requests, these mutate data, these cause side effects. I think that's all you need to know. Nowadays, GraphQL agrees with that concept and just has queries instead of get requests and mutations instead of post requests, and doesn't bother with like semantics like put and patch and space jump and other HTTP verbs. But that's by the by. First thing we want to do is specify that indeed we're going to be mutating stuff with this request, and then just because we are not going to have any other method in this page, or at least we don't have any other form in this page, we can use the default action, the default server action, to handle this request. If we didn't, we'd need to give this form an action name, but we only have the one. We may refactor in the future. For now, we won't be giving this one a name. But all we need is to have the corresponding handler for this request. And the way you do that with SvelteKit, remember, we are in the routes plus page. Here, this is the UI for this page. We'll need to do something on the server of this page. So we'll be creating a plus page.server.ts. This is something that happens on the home route, just source routes, no other directory, because there is nothing more in the URL path here. We want something to happen on the server side for this path. And what we want is a SvelteKit Form Action. And for that, we can export an object called Actions, which we can magically type with SvelteKit. If the dev server is running, it will create this actions type for you, collocated with your route. And as we said, we just want the default action now. And we want to do stuff here. And all we will do for now is maybe console log. We made it here. And if we do try to submit by putting an email, we go to the server side, you should see that this console log still runs. All right, so before we move any further, or no, let's see, what did I say in the end? There, because I must have had a plan for a reason. Yeah, we should just move on here. We have this handler. How is this useful? How does this cause a side effect? We want the fields from the format that was just submitted. We can get these from the event that gets given here, which does have form data. Has the form, has the data. I'll need to look it up quickly. This API has changed a little bit, but I'll have like an explicit example about this. It has a request which has the form data. Fair enough. So this event has a request, and then the data is going to be form data. We need to await it, so it will be like decoded from form encoded from a form encoded string. And this one will have all the fields that were in our form. So if we want to console log again, we can say that the name is this and the email is that. GitHub Copilot is helpful. gets submitted like a vanilla HTML form would and reloads the page, and our server finds nothing. Did I name things incorrectly? I was too confident about this, clearly. I think I named things correctly. Did I not give things names? I didn't. So in this input, that's why another test would be helpful here in the end. We do want to have access to that data. In order for that to be in the correct keys, you need to give your inputs a name. Classic blunder. Like getting in a fight of wits with a Sicilian. So now we should actually have this data to work with. And our form should still submit even if this is not there. So we can actually call out that this is optional. And you can see we got the empty string here. And let's look at DaisyUI, like the colors or something. Do they have like muted text? Probably not. They have colors. What would we do? Usually, I just reuse the base content, to be honest, and make it more transparent. So let's see how that looks. Looks like it doesn't quite work. Is that not a real thing? It's not. I will restart the server just in case there's something funky there, right? Ah, text base, of course. Come on, Tony, get there. So text-based content, and then how transparent we want to be. Maybe 60% is fine. Yeah, it looks a bit different. It looks all right. And your preferred email, you can have like an asterisk like everyone does, but doesn't really care. It doesn't really matter. And now, instead of figuring out whether we've successfully submitted the name or not, we should first warnings. Do I want this to have like a minimum height or not? Probably not. Always looking for design. Sorry. This should be enough. And this is a great point to introduce Zod, a form validation library that I found I found ages ago, but I started using religiously pretty recently, maybe in the last year. It's super handy, and this is a simple case. You have an optional string for the name, a required string for the email. It's a great case to get started with Zod, because it can be a bit overwhelming, but we'll go step by step. So as always, we'll need to install this dependency. Let's see. Here we are using pnpm indeed, and all we need to do is pnpm add the zod. I keep pasted, copied everything, but still typed it out. I did add it as a dev dependency, I guess. And then we can start using it. And basically using it, surely we'll have something that has like a string, but we have two things. So let's, here on our backend, we can say that the mailing list form can import z from zod and specify the mailing list form schema, and it's gonna have an email. And I wonder, do they have like a no. And a name? But the name should be optional. And we can change this to see if it's actually an email. So I'm a big fan of browser-based validation, the native browser validation. That's enough. One of the things that designers love is designing custom validation for their forms, because it's super easy and everyone's doing it. But I think it's one of the bad habits that exist nowadays. Maybe because HTML native browser validation wasn't there and it wasn't up to the standard that it is today. So it did make a difference when the user could understand this should be filled, this shouldn't be filled, that one was filled incorrectly. So yeah, that was great. 12 years ago, around the time Angular became more popular, that stopped being the case. HTML browser-based validation is perfectly fine. Just do that. No need to do anything crazier in the UI. There are some CSS rules, relatively new ones, that do help you do things like validate whether something is passing the browser-based validation or not, whether input is dirty or not. But that's by the by, we can talk about it another day. If you're interested, your users will not be confused if you just have HTML browser validation. They will be guided well by their browser of choice, in their language of choice. You don't need to worry about internationalization on how they should fill your form. So long as you've created the input elements correctly, you said this is an email, this is required, this should follow this pattern, whatever. Like, do your thing with native HTML elements and let the browsers do the rest. That's perfectly fine. Your users will not be confused. But what if you have a malicious user, someone that pretends to be a black hat or whatever, someone that just wants to spread chaos? In that case, well, in every case, because that can always be the case, it's a great idea, almost essential, to have validation on the server side. People can get around browser validation if they want. A regular user won't do this, but someone who's malicious may do this and try to exploit your app. So on your server, always double check whether the input you get is the one you expect. And that's where libraries like Zod come in super handy. They make it quite a bit easier. So we specified here that we want an email that does look like an email and a name that does look like a string. So these have a minimum thing. Doesn't matter if they want to be called J, then they should be called J. So this one, yes, we end up as a string, so we'll figure it out eventually. And now that we have this schema, we can safe parse whether the input that we get is correct. So what we want, I keep copy pasting this from other projects. That's why I need to refer to this as well. Do they have like an example here? I think, well, we're gonna figure it out. is form data because I think this gets data and error back. The mailing list form, save parse, not object form entries. We don't want that. We want to be more explicit. We want to say that the email is form data, get email from there, get this, good. And what does this object have? Like autocomplete, help me. It doesn't help me, so I need to find out. Ah, success, right. Has a success. What else does it have? Surely it has an error. What do you return, mate? This is something that has a success or an error. And where's the data? Oh well, let's figure it out. There is definitely a success here. So if no success, let's call this validation. Maybe that's what we want. So if no validation success, console log validation error. All right, so in this case, the TypeScript is certain that we're going to have like an error object and whatnot. But since it is let's return here. If it is a success, then we should have some data here. All right, cool. So we could actually destructure this from here and just console log it yet again and see what happens. So let's try. This should still pass. Great, we get into this case. Do we get into this case even without this? Yeah. Great. But if they weren't submitting using a form, if they were being naughty, or if they somehow like manipulated the DOM to not make these fields required or whatever they did, and they managed to submit without having an email name, we will be getting into the error case. I guess let's manually like quickly do this and say that maybe the email is not required and just press submit. Then on the backend, we could get to the error case and it says, hey, this is an invalid email. What's that about? Cool. So we talked a little bit about Zod. We set that up. And next step would be to do a bit of dependency injection. So all we're doing now is console login. But what we actually want to do is talk to the Resend API or talk to the database or talk to our analytics platform. Doesn't really matter. We want a way to use this name and email and do stuff with it. And this function, one great way to code is for it to not care that much what happens, so long as it's using a service that fulfills a contract that give me a name and an email and I'm going to do what you want, then this method should be happy. And that's kind of what we'll try to do here. And that means that our app will have a dependency, this action will have a dependency on that specific service, and we'll kind of be doing dependency injection because now we may be injecting the console logger mailing list way, which may be a valid way. If you deploy this to Vercel, which we are, then you can go into the logs and have this be an info log and then search for emails there. Possible. That's a way to get something live. But then you want to upgrade to Resend. And then instead of having to change anything in this method, you would just be changing the injection part. You'd just be providing a different service to sign up to mailing lists, and that would have its own internals, but this action wouldn't care. And that would make you more confident that the UX side, this side, would remain the same. It's just that in the end, the emails would end up in your database or Resend or whatever you're using there. So that's a realistic scenario, actually, because maybe you'll be using MailChimp and then you'll be like, oh, I've run out of the free quota. I want to migrate somewhere else because their paid quota is too expensive. I want to do Resend. Then you find out Resend is even more expensive. So you do your own thing. You put it in a database. Doing dependency injection like that helps in those circumstances where you do think there is a high chance that you'll be using something different kind of soon, and you don't, when that time comes, you want that to be easier for you. So that's what we'll do first, and then we'll go back doing more browser-based tests. So how would we do that? SvelteKit has a concept called locals, and all form actions and all load methods and everything gets given, besides the request, the locals that your app has. Currently, our app has nothing in the locals, but this is where we'd be putting all our services, all the things that we'll be injecting for the interested handlers to use. Where would we be putting stuff in the locals? The best part to do it in SvelteKit is a hook. So SvelteKit has this concept of hooks. They can be server-side and client-side, and it will probably only be using server-side hooks here, especially when it's stuff that talks to databases and has secret API keys that no one should see. It should be server-side. And I guess when in doubt, do things server-side is what I always say. So we'll be creating a server-side hook. And for that, SvelteKit will magically look for source hooks.server.ts. It's one of the magic SvelteKit files that doesn't have a plus sign in front. But you can change the name, I guess. That's why they did it like that. It's a bit different than these names that follow a convention, no matter how deep they are. It's just one file. Anyway, that's by the by. What we want is on our source directory, hooks.server.js or hooks. And what we want is for this hook file to export a handle. Handle is a magic name in this case. Anything that happens here will run before every request to your website. Will run every time anything server-side happens on your app, SvelteKit app. And I guess we still want to resolve the response. Like, we don't need to worry about that. But what we actually want is to put something in the locals. So we want locals.something to be something else. So let's define that somewhere. In app.d.ts, you can actually define all the things that you've made up that you wish to be in the locals. And what I'm imagining is that mailing list repo, like repository service, like there are many ways to call this. Am I happy with repo as a name? Not really. Suggest your own names. And to actually define what this is, we'll need to declare an interface. We'll be working with interfaces to do our version of dependency injection. This is the thing where the other action will be able to take out of the locals and say, sign up this user or add mailing list stuff like that. So it is a good idea, maybe, to put these in your source lib server directory, because that ensures that these will only run on your server. Maybe you do have repositories that you want to run on the client as well, then maybe you don't want to do that. But for me, just for now, I will put them on the server directory. SvelteKit does extra magic to ensure that anything in there only runs server side. If you accidentally try to run it client side, it will error out. It will never happen. So you want to lick your keys, you won't do anything naughty. So that's good. So let's have a server repos and mailing list interface, or mailing list. Let's call it mailing list interface. TypeScript file and export interface. And let's call this something that has a method. Should we call it like sign up, I guess? Which will be taking an email and a name, and email will be a string, but name can be a string or nothing. And this method will be returning nothing, like this. So now we can say in our app.d.ts that the mailing list repo is something that implements the mailing list interface, and then we can have our in-memory implementation, our console log implementation, our Resend implementation, mails implementation, and use them interchangeably easily. So again, we've done some very fundamental stuff so far in the previous series, and this one is a bit more advanced, but I do think it's worth it. I do want this to become a standard because I do think it's a good idea, and it is one of the things where even if you don't get first time, the more you let it wash over you and the more you watch it again reappear as a pattern when we move on to do more complicated things, the more it will stick. So don't worry too much if this looks a bit much, a bit extra. It is extra. So try to relax your mind, chill in this section. You'll watch it again later and it will make more sense. I promise this will come up again and again. Right, so now, because we've done that in this hooks file, locals is inside the event here, incorrectly, I do believe, this will think that locals will have a mailing list repo, and we can call sign up and give it the email and the name, and then it's going to do its thing. And this should probably be an asynchronous method now that I think about it. So this actually should return promise void. But now server will blow up, because even though TypeScript thinks this is a real thing, it's not a real thing. I just said that this should be a real thing here. I'm declaring that the locals should always have this. But I haven't implemented anything. I haven't injected a mailing list repo. When you do this, make sure that you do have a hooks file in your hooks file. Ensure that you have things that implement the things that you claim are in the locals. So we should here go into the locals and make mailing list repo be something. This doesn't implement the interface, so let's create something that does implement our mailing list repo interface. So in the same directory, server repos mailing list, lib source lib server repos mailing list. Let's create an in-memory mailing list. And this one, believe it or not, it's going to be a class. So let's explore a class in memory mailing list. It's going to be implementing a mailing list interface. And it's going to implement this sign up method. It even has console log, which is all I want to do. But it didn't type this. Great, hardly need to do any code. So now in the hook file, I can say that mailing list repo is going to be a new in-memory mailing list. And now everything should just work. So this gets submitted. We made it to our in-memory mailing list, the signup method, and we do get the email and the name. And maybe here you can see that in the future, later in this episode, we'll create the Resend API integration. We'll just say new Resend API mailing list or whatever we're going to call it. And that's all the change that we're going to need. That's the one change that we'll do, one line here. And then UX is the same, our tests are the same, our action code is the same. We'll just change this one line and magically our users will get signed up in using the Resend API, which to the user, it doesn't matter. To the user, the experience should be the same. It only matters to you, your client, your PM, like where they actually look up those emails. Right. So again, this saves a lot of time when you think it's something that you may want to re-implement, switch another service in the future. This will save a lot of time. This can save time as well if you want to have a more naive solution until you scale. Even console login may be fine. You could be checking the console logs in Vercel or whatever to see if there are any emails there, or the analytics events. Analytics events, a better solution. That may take a bit more time than setting up like MailSimp and your accounts there and the payment information and all of that. So you can get live to this and then change one line and you're good to go. That's the idea. But for now, we have the in-memory mailing list. Let's console and info this one. And I think that's it. But that's it about our version of dependency injection. And therefore, we can start enhancing the form action, because now you can see that it behaves as a form from 15 and 20 years ago. User clicks the button, then the page kind of refreshes, kind of flashes. You don't really know what's happened, no success, no error, no nothing. So let's give the user some indication that things have worked. Let's make this a bit nicer. And for that, we're going to be using enhanced form actions. So maybe this is the time to write a test. What should we say? Let's say, let's see what. So after they click this, let's see that after this, do we have, should it be like an alert? What should it be? Could even check if there's a loading indicator at some point. I think content info sounds correct. Should be alert. Let me look this up live. So ARIA roles. It's not that important. So yeah, status may be good enough. It's a live region, it's going to disappear in a bit. So let's try that. Let's say that there should be a status with a name of and this would confirm that we're also making use of the name. And we want to wrap this and then expect, like we expect this to be visible. That's what's happening here. We're not going to click it or anything. Just want this to be visible. It's going to fail because there is no indication after they click the button and they submit. Nothing happens versus besides a console log. This will never appear. Right. Is there an HTML element that has like a default status? Elements to default ARIA roles. This one, is there anything status? That's not the page I was looking for. Is it this? Does this person have it? This one. All right. Status. Can't remember the page that gave me this. Must have been there so many times. In explicit ARIA roles for HTML elements. All right, getting there. So should I just be searching for status? Could be section. Right, so could be output element. Which I rarely use. Maybe I've used it for this case. All right, perfect. Did you know about the output element? Like I've forgotten that I knew about this. So that's the one we're going to use. And we're going to use it as a toast. So let's see if DaisyUI has a nice toast for us. Maybe this one. Let's just put it on the mailing list and see what happens. And let's see, what did we say here? Cool. So does this pass the tests now? Not quite. Did I make it an output element? I did. And it does have this, so I'm wondering. What's it in here? If I don't check for any copy, does this work? Yes, so it's just the copy that I messed up, I guess. Good to know. So this can be like a section, and this can be like a node, I suppose. Is that the problem? Let's see. Must be something else. Does it not? Does this element not get the name from the content? Is there something else weird that's happening? I'm just going to use our execs to see if that helps any. So let's double check this. If I just search for a status element, this simply passes. Great. If I don't have this at all, does it still pass? I'd expect this to fail. All right, so it can find it. This can be an output, this can be a span. Is there anything else weird about the output element of I very rarely used? Is there another selector? If I call this sign up status, will that work? They got the same thing. sounds like the one that we should have, but we're stumped with like the name. How does it derive the name for this element? We should have one status here, so maybe that's enough. So get this by status and say have text. There, I think. Should be able to do it. All right, we did it. Cool. So let's confirm if we don't have this in the page. This should fail again. Great. When we do, it should succeed. But we don't want it to be always on the page, clearly, because that's not true. They haven't signed up yet. We only want this to appear after they've completed the form submission. So that's the thing we're going to be doing right now. Right, we're unstuck. We'll get there. And for that, we're going to use enhanced form actions. SvelteKit enhanced form actions. So let's close some windows here. And say that this is going to use enhance. That's a method that SvelteKit provides from you. You can get it from here. And by default, this will stop the browser-based vanilla form submission. So you'll see that we don't get a page refresh. So we didn't like flash in. So that's nice. Still on the client side router, which makes things feel faster, better, stronger. But we can also pass in a function here to enhance, to do stuff before form submission and after form submission. So traditionally, we'd have like a loading spinner before we even submit. The moment they press the button, before they submit the form, we start showing a loading spinner. And then in the end, if there has been a success, then we would be showing what happened. Like, oh yeah, you've successfully signed up. Great. So that's exactly what we'll be doing here. To do things before form submission, you put things in the handler. I guess we can create a const handle form if we have a decent type for this. Maybe not, don't worry about it. Things we want to happen before the form submission happen here. But then we can return another function, and this will run after form submission. So we can double check I'm not making this up. So this happens, then this happens. And I will look at the docs again to see what exactly we have as parameters here. We only care about this stuff, and we'll do something to conditionally render this. I guess we could say, like, what I like having is form state. So we can say that let form state to be a state that's starts at idle, and we can have a form state type. This can be idle or processing or submitting, whatever you want. Done or success, and we can type this to be one of these, and we could say before form submission we actually want form state to be processing. After form submission we want form state to be done. And here we can check if the form state is done, then we want to show our nice error message. So now you see we have no error message, and then we submit. Immediately we get the thanks, you're signed up. Great. And we also don't clear the input field, which maybe you want to do, maybe you don't. For that to happen, one of the things we get here is, so this stopped clearing because the moment you provide handlers to enhance, the moment you use enhanced forms, then SvelteKit assumes you want to handle things by yourself. If you want to also do the default behavior SvelteKit magically does behind the scenes, you need to specify to SvelteKit, do the things you were doing as well. And for that, we do need to look at the docs to copy paste the right things. So on the callback, we have the result here. And in the end, if we want the default things to happen, we want to apply action with a method we get from SvelteKit. So this is going to have a result. At the end, we want to apply action, which will do anything SvelteKit was going to do before we added these custom form handlers, including things like redirect to the correct position and clear input fields. So now we should be back. Maybe not. Did I actually do this? Am I making it up? Was it never clearing the input field? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe I was making it up. I think this has a form element. So maybe we can manually reset it to clear it if you want to clear it. So now it resets it. Even if I had the name, it would reset that. Do you want this to happen? Do you want to keep what was there so the user confirms that you got the stuff correct? I don't know. Up to you. Up to the UX designer. You do you. But you may notice that we're always saying Miguel here. We want to make this dynamic according to whether you've provided any name at all, or you've provided your own name. We want to use that. But first, let's have a look at our mailing list spec. It should still pass, even though the toast only appears in the correct spot. And you could have like another test to check that this element is not visible, and then that this element is disappears, which it should at some point. Maybe you want that. Maybe it's not the end of the world if it persists forever, so you don't care. It's fine. I don't think we'll be adding a test here. If you want to have like maximum faith, like, and properly BDD this should be like a random string. This should be a random string. This should be a random email by faker. And then you cannot cheat like I am doing, where I just hardcode this and I'm good to go. If this were a random string that the user inputs, it will work for any name that they input in any email. Then you could be able to ensure that no one has hard-coded this here. But we may refactor into this later on. For now, we'll just keep things simple and just trust that we're not hard coding things eventually. And this is the point to stop hard coding. Now we want to use dynamic data here. And as part of the result, we could actually say that maybe the form state has like email string always there and a name that's maybe there. So now we could actually check the result here and see if we got anything back. And we can switch on the type. And one of the types should be success, I think. I don't know why TypeScript is not helping me here. And let's say that the state can be an error as well. So in a success, I'd expect the result to have data. And therefore, maybe I can check if result data email, then I can say that the form state is this and this. Both of these should be strings, great. Else, form state can have it be this. If that's the case, you can also reset the form. Great. And here we can say if form state email actually can I set this completely? This is not instance of error. check this again. Spec, not instance of. Maybe I should be asking chat Copilot. All right, so here we can say if form state name, we can just use form state name, no need for svelte if, or else use form state email. How do these ever get returned as data? Well, we need to go back to our handler, our action. And in here, at the end, after we're signed up, we can actually return them. And SvelteKit will take care of the rest. So now if my calculation is correct, if I just submit my email address, I get it here. Thanks, you guy, you're signed up. Great. If I submit my email address and my name, I should see my preferred name here. And it all works. Nice. Nice and breezy. And maybe make this, like, why is this in a span? Maybe for no reason. I see. But just make it a div. It's for styling purposes. Alright, doesn't look too bad. Does it look better as a span? Does it have like a maximum width? Alright, so we have this little toast. It looks good. If there's an error, we want something else. And what else do I want, if anything? Let's look at the agenda for inspiration. We want this to disappear, right? So this never disappears. This stays here forever. How do we make it disappear? Maybe we need to create a disappearing alert. I'm thinking about it. Or maybe we should make this idle in a bit. Yeah. Can we disable a form? Not really. We can disable a button. Maybe we'll do that. And here we may want to say default on every other scenario. Something went wrong because it's unexpected. And maybe after this we can set a timeout. effect to clear this up. Okay, this is no refactor is available, but let's do this. But maybe that's less readable. But yeah, I'll do it like this. All right, but where are we setting the timeout? We're setting it here. Let's say that after 5 seconds, the form state is going to be idle again. This it thinks is timeout, but we're not in Node. Oh well. I'm a bit surprised that this thinks it's a number. This is client side. Client side timeouts are numbers like 537. Hello Giuseppe, how are you? Nice to see you in the chat, and glad you're watching this video as well, even if you asynchronously watch it. So what are we saying? We're saying that after 5 seconds, we want to go back to an idle form state. So let's see that in action. Submit again. Oof. It didn't quite work. That immediately happened. Am I dreaming? What's happening? Ah, I didn't break. I didn't break here. Break. So it went back to this where we are always in the error state. Fair enough. Now it should work. Get this for 5 seconds or however long we like, and then it should disappear. Doesn't disappear with a transition. Let's make that work. Let's make that work with Svelte transitions. Let's do an out fly or something. I think we give it like an X. What do we give it? A Y? Can give it anything. Nice. Select how it looked. Cool. So I think we do have this. I'll play it one more. Let's do it in the big screen. It works, but maybe it doesn't. Right, right where my head is. Here. Whoops. You see that? Looks nice. Uses my name if it's there. Uses my email if my name is not there. Slides out of the way. Nice. And tests should still pass. If we really want to, we can double check whether this disappears eventually, but hey. So we did this. Now it's time to see what do we do when something goes wrong, when the server blows up. We want a different toast, I guess. We want the user to know that something went wrong and maybe retry, like what should they do. So back to the test. Let's test that whether there's an error here. And in here, we don't need to check like the same things necessarily. And the way I like is that if there is like an error in the email, I will make this throw an error. So let's say that we are elena@error.com. We click sign up and we want to say something went wrong, try again. And in this case, well, it won't happen for one, but in reality, like this will succeed. So how do we make this, how do we force this into an error? And one of the ways to do that is you can have your implementation here or anywhere. If email includes @error, because I don't think anyone has the error domain, then they had a emoji of the famous dog, this is my dog. So now, if I'm whoever, so long as I use an email that says @error, the server should fail and the user sees this, which they shouldn't, ideally, like at least they see something, I guess. But we should more gracefully handle this, probably. If you think you should more gracefully handle this, then have a test case for that, which is what we're having here. And we go back. This is pre-filled. Great. So yeah, things still work as expected, so long as you don't say that your email is @error.com. I love this for demos. I love having use cases where I don't need to like change some feature flags or do anything else other than type something else. As a real user would type something else, a different email, and then so that, okay, this is the happy path scenario. Something goes wrong, they see this. If they've already signed up, they see something else. Doing something like this, where server blows up when there is an @error.com, is a Johnny classic. You should use it as well. Feel free. Right, so this blows up. We do get to this like huge error page. We want something better. Maybe we want a toast that says something went wrong. Should it be a toast? It could be like a big alert here, actually. So I'm not sure if a toast would cut it. which would get more attention? That's my question. But I'm not sure how the answer. One thing about much I will do a toast alert to get things unblocked. But what's the rest of the information that we have? So we're trying this, and this like ungracefully fails. So maybe we can put it in a try catch block. And then I think we can return an error here. That's how actions work. Error from SvelteKit. And if that happens, you'll notice that visually, oh, let's see, if I do anterror.com, we still get there, even though we got this. So what should we return? Let's look at the enhanced form actions. It must be something else, not error, like expected errors, I guess. Not the load method, an action. How do we do an error in the action? Here. Ah, fail. We call it fail. And what do they expect? Expect an object. Right. So what will happen now? Visually nothing, because we've fallen into another case where we just get this. We are not handling the case, which will be error, I guess. I think they're saying here that the form object will have all this extra information, but we're not quite gonna be doing it like that. So the type here should be failure. I guess we have the error case, we have the failure case, and we have another case. Let's console log the type, just to see what happens. Here. So now, with this email would be in the success case, with an error email, which should be, guess not. How come? How come this is success? Makes no sense. we should be here, not in the success case. This one we need to return. All right, so SvelteKit did change something where errors don't need to be thrown, but failures, I guess, need to be returned like this. So let's see if we do at error.com, we are in the error case. And if we actually did error here, do we first get a console log? Let's see. Yeah, we do get to the error page and we get like a hard 500, which maybe is what we should have. And we could stop it. If we don't even try to catch this, do we still get the same thing? Let's see. Yeah, so even without catching this. No worries, Giuseppe. Thank you for dropping by, for sure. Lots of test stuff today. Second half of the stream we're already 2 hours, and second half is going to be mock service worker, which I think you'll find interesting and email related. But yeah, catch you on the Discord and on next streams. So what we could actually do is we could explicitly say that we're in the error case. Maybe that's fine. But here, can have another if. Next a couple ifs and we're good. Here, if we're in the instance of error, we actually want alert error. I think that's the real color that they have. So maybe this one can be common for both actually. Sometimes my autocomplete thing works to my detriment. So this works. I want to take this out. Take this out. And use it here. And take this out. Still have a notebook here. So that works. Great. Can it still sign up correctly? Yes, no. Is the if not here? Thanks, error, you're signed up. Doesn't make sense. So form state is an object, and then we do render this thing, and then we're doing this check. But we should be on the error case, right? Should always be there, but it shouldn't be this. Did not capture your email is what it says here. Great. But why are we following in that case? We're following in this case, it says. So we must have changed something here, right? What exactly? Why do we get in this case? That's the thing I don't understand. We should have result data, email, and stuff. Did I stop returning it? Might be in a Muppet. Yeah. Oh, Johnny, come on. Come on. Return email name. Great. So here, return it. Great success case, but demo at error.com. It fails miserably. I thought that'd be called cod. But I guess we don't want it to apply action here. Yeah, that's the difference. So we do want to apply the default action in this case, in the success case. Why does prettier not do stuff? Always suspicious. Always too suspicious. Interesting. I don't quite understand why it's refusing to format anything here. Okay, seems like it's kind of working. So we should never be in this case. We should apply the action here. By default, maybe we want to do the apply action, but in the specific case where we are in the error, then we want the form state be new error. And then, what does the result have? None of these things. TypeScript has not been as helpful as it should be. Result, what is this? action result can be an error. Then it has a status, and then it has the error itself. Sure. Right. So now that we're not applying the default stuff, which redirects us to the error page, I guess, we should be getting the error toast. If we do this and break, don't forget to break. All right, that's something. And here, say dot message is this. Does that make sense? From state shouldn't be this. It should just be this. Why is this not an error? Who knows? Internal error, it says. All right, because it's 500, I guess. Fair enough. Yeah, so we should just say there in the end. Try again. Get this sense of great. What was our spec here? The copy is a bit different. So now, let's see if the tests still pass, both the happy test, happy path test, and the unhappy something went wrong test. Good. And in this case, if you really have a designer that you cannot convince to do browser-based validation, you could have something that does somehow manage to submit something that's not an email as an email, and then you'd be looking at the toast that says your email doesn't look right, or something to that effect. But these are scenarios that we care about today. And one of the questions is, this is all well and good because in our own in-memory mailing list handler, like we're checking whether the email includes the error and then we blow it up. So our tests have a way to trigger the error scenario without the server actually being on fire. How will we achieve the same thing when we integrate with something else, like MailChimp, like Resend, like our own database? Well, that's where something like mock service worker is gonna come in. But first, let's make this work with Resend. And yeah, if you're just console infoing this, or if you're using an analytics repo or something, this could be a nice commit point and deploy. And then by the time your client has paid MailChimp or Resend or whatever, you're good to go. You have something that in case, just in case someone signs up, it is gonna allow you to go into the console logs and see their email. But most importantly, you can give this to your client already. It's like, okay, it's not like production scale. Like if you get 1,000 people there, I'm not gonna look at 1,000 logs. It's probably gonna cost you more money too. But you can look at the design live, you can click around, you can see the toasts. You can do a lot of work even before you do the real long-term implementation. So that's decent enough. I will do a commit actually at this stage. So load these things while we're at it. Did we leave any console logs here? Yeah. So in this case, if the lesson didn't succeed, that's where we actually want to dramatically fail and use that fail method from SvelteKit. And I guess we could use the errors that we have here, but we could just say, what should we say? Flatten these. So let's have this again. You can have something that checks for this, but it's not a real scenario. It's a case when someone is being malicious and is trying to hack your app, like find a weak point that they get into this scenario. So I don't mind not having, I do not mind. I'm okay with having, I'm confusing my notes in my head. I'm okay with not having a browser test for this scenario. Although you should probably have a unit test for this. Like, I don't care if the hacker gets bad UX, is what I'm trying to say. And that's why we don't have an explicit case for this extreme edge case. Because I want to believe people don't want to be naughty on the internet. Alright, so error cases show up. Great. We didn't get any console logs. Do we have any to-dos? No. Great. So new feature, email capture via console login, something. And I will be pushing this and deploying live, so you can click around there. But you may get emails at some point. Everything is real, what we saw here. So only do it if you want emails. We didn't want this in the end. Cool. So before we saw mock service worker, let's implement for real. I think I will close everything. And look at Resend. Resend we've used to do authentication with Superbase as well. Superbase is great. We'll 99% not be using it for this project as it happens. But that's a discussion for another day. One of the limitations, if you do go for it, and going with Superbase is a great idea, I still use it for many projects. One of the limitations is that you do need a proper email service for production. Their quota for emails and magic links is very, very small. You cannot use it on production. And that's why we showed how you can integrate Superbase with Resend to have that handle your email sends, your magic links. And Joao, as it happens, did tell me that they do have non-transactional email support now as well. You can create your mailing list, your audiences, that sort of thing. You can put people into an audience, and then to that audience you can set broadcasts and all of that. And I was like, we'll probably be showing Resend at some point anyway, so let's try it for this series. Another option would be storing it in our database, but I do want a dedicated episode where we start with the database stuff and start doing drizzle, torso, all of those good things, instead of having spent like 2.5 hours talking about SvelteKit Form Actions, testing methodologies, and that sort of thing, because there is going to be a lot of testing for the database stuff as well. So I want you fresh. I want that spark. Right. So what they are saying is that if we have the Resend client, it should just work. So let's have it just work, I guess. And if I sign in, what would they leak here? Probably nothing. We do need an audience ID. Great. So all of this functionality here, whether we're gonna do like fetch custom style as it is so here in this curl, or use our own API, what are we gonna do? We're gonna create a Resend mailing list repo. We're gonna put the dependency injection or working with interfaces to test. So much like we have our in-memory mailing list, let's create another one. Let's create Resend mailing list. And you could even have like Resend fetch API versus Resend client, but that's like too much. Doesn't really matter. So Resend mailing list, copy paste that. Kablamo. And then on sign up, it still takes email and name. But instead of console doing anything or throwing an error in a specific case, I guess you could keep it before calling the Resend API, but why would you? Is it a good idea? Should we do it like that? Not sure. Not sure, actually. Anyway, let's do it properly. No forced errors here. And what they want us to do is add the recent package and then do this, I guess. This is not real. I'm not leaking any keys. And we can say that, so in here, I don't want to instantiate the Resend here. This can have a private variable of Resend client, which is going to be new Resend. And here, if we bring this from, it's not showing it. It's not, my ID is not bringing it in, so let's use it here. So the question is, are they using something useless, like an old version of Axios, and will this not work on the edge? Or will it be fine? Who knows? We'll find out at some point. And here, we should be using a Resend API key. I've created a few ones, which I think, even if I try, I won't be able to leak. So I'll bravely press this. And you can see I have quite a few. I have one for development, I have one for production, I have one for Johnnify. All of those things, do not leak them in any circumstances. People can do naughty stuff with it. I guess it's an email service, they can spam your customers, which you may think not the end of the world. But no, it's bad. People trust you with your email and with their emails and data. Like, that's a huge security breach. That's really bad. Like, just because it doesn't lead to someone paying you money or losing money or something like that doesn't mean that it's no big deal. So do not leak those. If you do, refresh them, delete those API keys. That's why I have so many. So if something does happen, I can recycle them as needed. Anyway, that's by the by. How do you use API keys in SvelteKit? Well, you use something called .env files, and I have a .env.local, which I must not open because that's where I've put my API key that I saw there. And in Vercel, I have set up something called an environment variable, which in production and in the development previews, it's going to be using that. So now that we're on the dev server, it's going to use whatever I have in this file. In the Vercel deployments, they're going to use whatever I've specified in Vercel. I will show that later, but for speed, I guess I did make it so I've already written something called Resend API, and SvelteKit has a very nice way to actually read what you have on your .env files and know that you can autocomplete and bring them in as if they were in a TypeScript file. This is very handy. I do like this. In Next.js, I always have to do a check to say, if this is set, then do this. I never remember the names. This is a great little quality of life thing that SvelteKit does provide for me. Right, so the moment this class gets newed up, then it's going to create a Resend client with this secret API key, and therefore in the signup method we can use the Resend client, I guess, to do stuff, is what I was thinking, but clearly it's not doing much. What if we have it here? It's a Resend client. Let's say Resend client here. It's happy? Yeah, let's do it like that. Sure. So why didn't this work? Should say this. Come on, Johnny. I haven't this is about working with classes, isn't it? It's been a while. All right, so the moment this class gets newed up, TypeScript has this thing where you can specify something as a private or protected class variable, and instead of writing your own constructor, TypeScript will assign this for you the moment you new up this class. If you wanted to pass in like the API key or something where you new up the class, then you need to write your own constructor and stuff, but it doesn't really matter. The way you access class properties, you have to use this in this context is actually this bound, well, it's bound to the instance of the class you've newed up earlier. So it's going to have access to this, and we're going to be able to do what's an example, but actually dynamically use the name here. Maybe since Resend didn't have the same thought process that I did, to be like, just ask for a name, and then it works anywhere in the world and not just in the classic Western style place where you have first name and last name and that's it. Even in Spain, where I'm from, this doesn't quite work. Anyway, by the by, did I say I'm from Spain? I'm not from Spain. I'm currently in Spain. Anyway, doesn't matter. We'll just pass name, if we have it, to Resend in the first name column, and we'll just know, and we'll say unsubscribed false every time. And the audience ID, actually, I hope this shouldn't be secret. It's what we have here. If you don't pay for Resend, then you cannot have more audiences. They upsell you, and it's quite a big upsell, actually. But yeah, it is what it is. Good to try things out. If it doesn't work, then you create another implementation of your interface and you switch to the other provider. So I'm gonna use this one. Maybe this can be here. Maybe that's clear. Maybe it's not. It's not clear. Is it clear? Not sure. Anyway, our interface doesn't care what you do like inside here. It just cares, did you get an email and name? And that's about it. So now that we have this, if we go to our hooks file and we say that actually our mailing list repo should be a recent mailing list, okay, memory one, Then, in theory, next time we submit, we should find ourselves in the audience. We should be signed up. So let's see if that's gonna work. Do they have anything else in that example? Like, does it error out ever? Who knows? So here, let's send the whole thing. Thanks, Johnny, you're signed up. There you go. Works. One line of code works with the real thing. Did they get a name? Yeah, they got a first name. Great. What happens if I try to sign up again? So no error. It does update the first name. And I think that's fine. Maybe some designer would tell you, tell them you were already signed up, but do you care? Don't particularly care. I don't think that'd be any better, UX or not. And we do update their name here. So I think that's fine. And if they want to unsubscribe, what do you do? I'm not gonna go into that use case as well. Also, I guess people ain't confirming their emails here. So don't be naughty, like Bitzel, do not other people here, because I will see how that got created. Don't spam people with this. I don't know if Alex will be emailing people here, but we'll see. Anyway, that's by the by. Resend integration is happening, but now, if we ever run the tests again, if we run these tests again, every time we run them, we're gonna do a real API call, which is a problem. Like, we don't have infinite of those. There's gonna be some services that do require your money that will have a quota for you, and every time you use their API, you'll be spending that quota. So even if it's like 2 cents per call, you know, if you do this in an automated test scenario, then at some point you may be like, why is this costing me £100? And you shouldn't be doing that. For sure. And the other problem is we'll never get to the error case. Like, if Resend is actually down, we'll get to the error case, but that's a different story. Your tests ideally should be checking whether your app works as expected when everything else is working correctly, and have specific scenarios for what if other things are not working correctly. Is my app also behaving as expected? Is it handling things gracefully? But you cannot wait for Resend to be down to run your what happens when Resend is down tests. So what can you do there? Big question. Most people do nothing, just assume that things will go well with other services and they're always up. That's fine. What we'll try to do today is work with mock service worker to solve both of those problems. Instead of actually doing a request to the Resend API, during our tests and local development, we will be intercepting that request with mock service worker to do something else. And in this case, it will probably be to use our in-memory mailing list repo to just console log out the emails. And as a bonus, that means that our implementation could also keep checking whether error is included in the email, and if that's the case, just blow up. Allowing us to handle the error cases as well, or any other cases that we wanted. For example, if we did want to do something which first checks to see, is this person signed up, is it not, so a different toast, whatever, you can do that still. So these tests, this one would still succeed, but cost us money potentially, especially if you're doing a unique test where you just make up like a random ID and a random name, and then you run it. That's gonna increase your audience here, and we saw that we have a limit of like 1,000 people or something, so that's not gonna work. And the fail scenario will also not work because Resend is usually up, so you'll never get to the server blew up point. So that's a good use case for mock service worker. Save money and test your edge cases easier. So I had a section to talk about mock service worker. I do have a video on mock service worker as well, showing how to set it up with Next.js. However, one of the reasons that I like SvelteKit more than Next.js nowadays, there are things that I still think Next.js is better at. For example, open graph images, dynamic open graph images, easier to do with Next.js. Getting React developers, finding React developers, easier in Next.js. And you'll need those to do Next.js. But mock service worker with app router, impossible. As it happens, like no one is going to go through the effort to set up mock service worker with Next.js and app router as it happens, because of the way they are like monkey patching fetch, and because MSW works by intercepting those requests from when you use native fetch. It cannot do that when you're using Next.js. In like broad strokes, that's what's happening. That's why it's really hard to set up MSW with Next.js. And the Next.js team, which is brilliant, has done quite a lot of work in the basis of them, like monkey patching and doing stuff with fetch and using their own fetch. So it's not going to be an easy solution. I am subscribed to the issue where they're talking about that there is work in progress. It will happen eventually. I don't know when it's going to happen. At the moment, it doesn't work with Next.js, but let's see if it works with SvelteKit, and have us do all the cool demos and save us money and all of that things that we're talking about. So let me know in the chat if you have any questions about mock service worker. It's also quite hard to say again and again, mock service worker, so apologies for that. And what we will be doing is, even though it's called service worker, which usually people may know as something that the browser can have, you can have service workers on the browser, like maybe offline support, like something like this gets triggered, but we'll only set it up for intercepting server-side requests, and I'll explain why later, although you can do it for browser requests as well. So it's called a mock service worker. I can only imagine because when run on the browser, it is installed as a service worker and it intercepts the request as a service worker, and it appeared because of the need to be able to test front-end applications like this. But in the meantime, we had the evolution of meta frameworks like Next.js, like SvelteKit, like Remix, and then they worked backwards to also enable support on Node on the server side, and the name had stuck. That's what I imagine happened. Anyway, don't think about it too much. We will be doing it on Node. They have some good documentation here. I have made a video that mostly works the same, but you can see me give a better pitch of what mock service worker is in that video, and make sure to follow along with the docs as well, because sometimes I say something and in reality the API is slightly different. But things are going to be simpler today because we'll only be implementing on the server. On the server side, we'll be implementing for unit tests as well later. But let's just get to it. Right, so we'll need to bring in some things here, and just say npm install msw. So we need and then we want to create some mocks here. So let's use the same thing here as they have in the examples. So we'll go into our source directory. Let's get into mocks and have an msw directory. Is that what they said? No, they didn't. They said there is a node ts. So it'll be just msw-server. I think that's going to be clear. And let's export msw-server. because this doesn't necessarily need to run on Node. Cool. Should we say Node? Let's say Node. Let me know what you think makes most sense. Maybe Node server makes the most sense. Right, and handlers, what is handlers? This is how you want your intercepted requests to be handled. You have an array of things here. You need to write this file, and indeed I'm gonna have a handlers directory actually, and maybe that one is gonna have a handlers.ts, or could have like an index.ts if you want to follow what the instructions are, and that one can have handlers with an empty array for now. Just export const handlers, whatever. And then that should be found now. It should be the same as this. Yeah, now you're happy. Cool. Right, so now we have the MSW server exported. Where do we use it? Well, we want it to happen before the dev server starts. So all we need is to bring in this and start listening. This is synchronous now. It used to be asynchronous, so it was a bit trickier to wait for. Thankfully, they made it synchronous now. But the point is that we said that before every request, this hooks file gets read and this handle method runs. We don't necessarily want to have the server restarting before every request because there will be many requests as we click around the app. But this file will be read once before the dev server starts. So it's here actually that we want to listen, to have the MSW node server listen. And if we set things up correctly, it should mean that, let's restart just in case. It should mean that as we navigate around the app, does anything happen? Not really, everything good, everything fine. My hope is now when I submit, MSW is going to say that the backend tried to do a fetch request somewhere and you didn't handle this. Let's see. There you go. So MSW, which has been set up, like there was no console log for it running, but clearly it did. Here it is saying that we did intercept the requests that you don't have a handler for. It was a post to the Resend API. What's that about? Is the question. So that's a great warning. If you want that request to happen regardless, you can have a handler that just lets the request pass through, and that lets MSW know that that was intentional. Usually it's not intentional. Usually you don't even know what exactly the URL is you're trying to hit. That's why I do find this error message handy. So how do we handle this post request ourselves? With mock service worker, we create a handler for it. Let's copy that. Let's go to our handlers. And let's say that we have our recent handlers. And we can look at the instructions here that in order to have a handler, I have an extra link for this. You can intercept and mock HTTP requests or HTTP API classic requests or GraphQL requests. In this case, we want to intercept and mock an HTTP post request. So we will be bringing in the HTTP helper that MSW exposes and declaring that we're gonna try to hijack a .post. And what else? You can catch dynamic parameters like this. I guess we'll do that soon. So let's say that all our recent handlers and an array will only have one, it seems, for now. We want the HTTP package from MSW, I imagine, but my ID wasn't willing to do anything about it. So it's a post request to this. You pass in the URL that you want to intercept and then what you want to happen when you intercept it. If we try to do something now, then it still happened. I guess it didn't reload. Ah, no, I didn't bring in this handler. So recent handlers here. Cool, try again. Do we need to restart the server? Maybe. Let's see. All right, so that's interesting to know. That because I guess we have it at that file that gets read once before the dev server starts, this is a case where you do need to restart your dev server. Which is fair enough. Like if you do want it to spin up every time, like in your handle method, you could listen there. You could have a look whether you're already listening or not, have a singleton or something. I don't know, that sounds too complicated for me. Let's just keep going, but just to prove here, instead of hitting the Resend API and potentially paying money, we are hitting this. We are hitting MSW. Are we? Oh, do we need to restart every time? Oh, we do. So that's kind of disappointing. It only spins up once. So yeah, not great. Maybe for development, I will put it here. So I hope that now we'll be able to hot reload our way. It doesn't update still. Let's try one more time. So this one, no exclamation mark, great. No exclamation marks. No. Yeah, unfortunate, but hey, it's fine. I'm sure in their docs they will be saying like how to re-listen, re-add, reset, or whatever. So it's not the worker, it's this reset handlers. Set up the server, reset this, blah, blah, blah. Is there an option we can do here? Not really. Guess we could do like reset handlers every time. Let's see. So 3 exclamation marks. Let's go back to 1. Or none. How? Oh well, enough time wasted on this. I guess it's because it's what it read at that time, I guess. What if I spread the handlers? Like last check. 3 exclamation marks. Three again, 3 forever. Doesn't make sense. Anyway, it does feel like, at the very least, when we do restart the server, we do get the latest version. It's going to be a bit annoying, but hey, we already spent a bit of time here. And hopefully you set it up once and then you're good to go. So the things here is that maybe you want to capture this because this is like the audience ID. And you can do this with express style if you're familiar with that server parameters. Unfortunately, not SvelteKit style. But I have an example here, and in this one, in the params, it's going to be like the audience ID. So this one gets the params. Of course, I need to restart this. This will happen a lot. Great. So if you are writing, which we may do later, a Vitest test that checks whether you're using the correct audience ID, this is how you get it and check whether it's the one you want or the one that always fails or whatever scenario you want to test there. Cool. So what do we actually want to do? We're intercepting the request and we want to make it error out, I guess. If now, even here, right, we get to the success scenario because nothing blows up, but we want to return an error response. And I'm not sure if they have like a handler for an error response or something. Not a network error. Right, let's return with this one. Let's do a similar thing. Well, first let's prove that this works. We have this HTTP response helper method from here. And let's say that we are unauthorized. If we were doing the integration test and not using the Resend library, we could be checking the headers to see if they are using our API token correctly. I was like, why didn't it work? And it's because we didn't restart. Maybe not. Ah, so interesting. So you can see that now that the HTTP, the MSW is returning a 500, then the recent client is failing quite dramatically, which maybe we don't want to do. We don't want to do something that hard and have like this error log every time. So maybe this is not how Resend actually fails, but you know, you never know. I guess if we're using the library, we should trust that they know what they're doing. But it does make me want to go to our Resend mailing list and try catch here. So now, should be getting caught more gracefully. I guess not. Does the server hard crash? Like this recent client, like hard crashes, but we're try catching it, so I don't understand why. Where and again, if we weren't, what happens? Hard crash. Catch it like this. Azillion. All right, so not as dramatic. If we do it like this, we actually cancel promise like this. I'm not sure why. But what happens if we throw the error there? Right, we get to this error and the thing crashes quite hard. Which is good to know. But I guess it also means that in our action here, we need to try catch this. look any better. Maybe not. So why is this not just code? We're gonna try cat here. I get that this throws there, but shouldn't it be caught elsewhere? Yeah, server sharp crosses there. And is it the same if I dot cats? Yes, yes. So what else can I do? This should return null. What could be our graceful indication that something went wrong? If not, can this be like JSON? Do they have a helper for JSON in MSW? I do want to mock this correctly. Like, so long as this returns JSON, it feels like, it looks like things kinda work. It's how hard the recent library crashes there. And so long as it returns JSON, then it's fine. It doesn't even check whether it's a 500 or not. So should I just not use this? Should I just use fetch? Maybe. Resend here. Moments. So just do a fetch request. Is my question. My answer is going to be this. Yes. Right. So instead of using this, no recent client, let's just do a fetch. And the URL is going to be this. And see how hard like this crashes. But this is debatable because some would say I'm just testing whether they are hitting their own API correctly. I'm not sure. Like maybe you should just trust them. But then I can only assume method is post, header is gonna be new headers, and then these two guys. This one should be dynamic because it uses an key. Content type is this. And we also have a body where we JSON stringify. That's what we had here. Email, first name, last name. And not to the audience ID again, right? No. All right. So no need for that. So they should work the same. Can I wait this? And just check, like if not response okay, console error. Let's see what happens now. Great, like server doesn't blow up, looks better. To me. So let's install this library. I guess in that library they're using something that assumes it is going to be a JSON response, if not blow up. But what if Resend is down, like it was like 3 weeks ago? It feels like it should be a bit more graceful. And I don't know why it fails so hard. Anyway. So the error case, we should be here. This should be throwing an error. So throw new error. Does this hard fail? All right, we're back, finally. And in our page server, here, this does errors out, no need to try and catch it further. Like you get a few logs, they're not the best logs in the world. But maybe you do want that trace. You can always try and catch. In fact, Here you have kind of cleaner logs or worse logs, like who knows what you prefer. Maybe you don't like this. Just double confirm. You just get this. Maybe you want more. Maybe you want a stack trace. Maybe not. Yeah, I think I'd be happier to see just this. So I will leave it at that. But maybe you just don't want to like try cats like this. Unclear what you want. You have options like always. Cool. So why are we doing all of this? Not because we want to fail every time. We want to conditionally fail. Like in our earlier example. So in our handler here, we want to check the JSON payload, which somehow, I can only imagine this is easy to do. There you go. Good example. Payload. So apparently we have the request here. We're not actually going to do something with the params, like the audience ID here. We could say, like, if it's not the audience ID you expect, you just blow up. But hey. And this should be asynchronous. What we actually want is if payload email includes this, then throw an error over there. Which I guess we could be using the in-memory handler in here. That could be cute. Instead of implementing twice. So try that. So here we expect email and name. And we do want to run sign up from our in-memory repo, and this is gonna error out if not. Right, so the question is, what do we expect in this request? I think we can type it here. I think we can say that we expect a name, that's a string, that's sometimes there, and an email string. Did I make this up? I guess so. So actually, first you need to specify audience ID is the string, the path parameter, then the body parameters, then it knows. So now it knows what this is, and it knows what this is. So this is a string, and this is sometimes a string. Great, we went there. And then it can respond with JSON with the email and name back. Fair enough. Or if it errors, it just errors out. Again, we could just be doing the case where if you include error in the email, just put it there. That's fine. If my calculations are correct and I restart the server, it should mean if I submit now, things work. But if I have an error in here, then we get the error message. Great. So now we can demo and show both of those tools without doing anything else. A lot of work to set up, but now it should be easier. If I want to use the in-memory repo for whatever reason, maybe for demos, you can inject it a bit better. And let's just say, like, if this just includes errors, we can do like error@gmail.com. I should have restarted the server even here in Resend. Try again. You're good. Great. Awesome. What else do we want? I guess, do the test still pass? Let's see. Spec, spec. Success passes, but now we're not hitting the Resend API every time. And failure passes without, even though in reality we are using the Resend API, and the Resend API just works at the moment. So that was why we've set all of these things up, to be able to do this sort of test every time dependently. Great. I do want to disable this button. Like, we could have a test to see, do I see a loading spinner? But you know, that's a bit much. But here, maybe we can turn this into a button with a loading spinner. Maybe that'd be fun. I'm debating, like, the fun factor. Is it fun? Will it not be fun? Not sure. Let's look at the agenda and see. So we did do this. Yeah, let's do the fun part afterwards. Now, if we were to deploy to production, we'll be also shipping as a on our server mock service worker as well, and intercepting requests and not hitting resend, which is not what we want. Definitely not. So I am gonna create .env.test as well for inspiration. So here I will add our Resend API key. You can add this to Vercel. And your own .env or .env.local. And maybe that's it. Maybe let's say MSW enabled true. Why am I doing this? I'm doing this because I want to go to my hooks file and only do this if MSW enabled equals explicitly true. So only import this if this happens. If not, don't do it. And You could also do the import conditional here, and maybe that's when you'd need to wait, but that's fine. How do we trigger to SvelteKit? To autocomplete this, I can just go into my .env, we'll try to do it off screen. Bring this in here, and then we're good to go. And now, only when on my .local I have this set as true, will the msw-server start listening. And indeed, let's double check this. If we actually say that this is like 21, which it's not, and I sign up again as J. Oof, something went wrong. Did I mess up the recent integration? Likely. 400. So that was good test by testing things. I messed something up. So let's look at our recent mailing list repo. Here, post request with this. What's this extra curly? Real life error handling. Right, so now it seems like it worked. And here, if I do go to my audience, I should be updated with the latest name. Oh, no first name. Well. So something must have gone wrong here. The claim with the curl, it's like this, of course, camel cased. That's the reason we'll eventually have a unit test to test that these contracts are correct. We'd have cut them there, so it wants this to be lowercase, right? So let's see now. It claims it worked, and indeed we can see Johnny is back here. Great. But we want that to happen when MSW enable is not true, which will be in production. Great. You may notice that we don't do anything client-side. You may have a case where you fetch like the first page of results server-side, and then you fetch the rest client-side. With SvelteKit, I'd never do that, honestly. I just have the way SvelteKit works, you can define everything to run on the server, and then it does the magic. So the front end queries the data from the server for you. So I guess that's the reason that I'm not going to show at this point how to set up client-side MSW. I don't think you need it. And the moment you register a service worker on the browser, things get kind of squirrely. I'd rather not mess with that. I'd rather do my best to do all of my work server-side, and then have SvelteKit be the layer responsible for passing things client-side, than directly have my front-end interface with Resend or even Supabase with real-time subscriptions and stuff. I'd rather have a layer of SvelteKit do stuff on the backend. And for that, just an MSW server is enough. It will hijack every server-side request, doesn't need to do anything on the client side. And again, like maybe you have like analytics events, maybe you have other things on the client and you don't particularly want to write pass-throughs for those. I do think it's too much work for too little effort. Tell me your use case and we can discuss. And if that's the case, then I'll show again how to do it client-side. But that's the reason I don't do it. Nowadays, it's quite similar actually, so you can look at the docs and see how that happens. Setup worker, the actual worker, who takes the handlers that can be the same as the ones that you're using for your server, and then instead of having the server listen, you have the worker start. It's very similar. So that's it for now. I'm just trying to think. If I reset the handlers, the hot reloading, I'll figure it out later. But it is on my head. So that's why I'm not doing client-side MSW as always. Let me know your use case and I will solve this further. Maybe I'll change my mind, but for now, I think that's fine. So next question is my Playwright. I guess we can test it out here. Is gonna pass everything great, and it is running against MSW intercepted service worker. I guess maybe too much logs. Maybe I'll have fewer logs later. Anyway, because this error causes quite a lot of things. Anyway, locally, Playwright does run against my local dev server, and all tests pass. But the way we've set things up is that we have Playwright test against the preview and production deployments, and on those we don't want MSW to be spun up. We don't want MSW to be running. So what do we do then? And that's a good case. That may be the final thing that we saw today. That may be more interesting than doing the disable button and the loading spinner and stuff. So I think that's what we'll be showing next. Let me have another sip of coffee. However, I do love tests against production. I do love tests against preview deployments. That's the real thing, and then you have confidence that the real thing works. But in these cases, you can't be paying money every time you want to test whether your things work or not. So there needs to be a middle ground. And what I'm thinking is maybe we can have two Playwright actions. A GitHub action that runs against deployment, like the one we have already, and another one that only runs against the local dev server. In which case, maybe we need two different Playwright configs, I guess, or we need a way to specify these are the production tests, the tests against deployment tests, and these are the integration kind of the tests. I don't know how to call them, the MSW tests, I guess. Maybe that's the way to call them. So yeah, how do we do that? Playwright. How do we do that? Let's say, first of all, we did a few things here. We set up MSW for sure. We'll try to conditionally bring this in. This will never happen on the build step. This will statically be not true. So this will never happen. This will never listen. This can get removed. But I think that's gonna make the import also never happen. So I think we're good there. Yeah, we'll find out. Anything else? So set up MSW, we commit this. We have Playwright tests. We have this Playwright configuration. We're saying look in this test directory, and then it's gonna run that email signup test that will only work if it's running against if it's running with MSW enabled and the request to get hijacked. If it's hitting real Resend API, costs us money, and it's just gonna work. The integration is gonna work. It's never gonna fail. So the tests are gonna fail and you're gonna panic. There are some companies that do offer ways to test errors. So even recent, they have special emails that you can send to, and then you get like a bounce, or you get like a failure, or you get an unsubscribe or whatever. But that's not always the case. And sometimes when they do offer that, those also cost money. So we need a way to use MSW. Like this is the option we're talking about today, how to use MSW to get around all of these problems. And maybe we can have like a subdirectory in tests. Like in tests, we can have E2E and MSW. And that's it, maybe. But is there like a CLI? I think we can just copy that. Can we pass this in the CLI? CLI. Right, you can specify this. Kind of makes sense. So I am thinking 2 buckets of tests, E3 and MSW. Maybe that will make more sense. And we can keep this as a test directory because we'll want to run both. But the mailing list, for example, we put them in here, and these navigation smoke tests in E2E. And if I run locally, it's gonna still run everything, and everything should pass because I do have MSW enabled. Great. Brilliant. But I'm thinking that the Playwright Github action that I already have, I want to say tests, I guess, E2E. Great. And I guess I'll copy paste this action to create another one. Wow, this is so different. Oh, they do have an example on deployment. That's nice. That is nice. So, first of all, copy this, call it Playwright MSW. But what we are going to be doing is run them on pull requests against master and on pushes to master. Main, apologies. No need for things like master or block list or whatever in 2024. This will never be true. There will never be a deployment here because it's not a deployment event. Install dependencies, blah, blah, blah. But hit the MSW directory here. No deployment name. Great. This one not a real thing. But I do want to say that during the build, I guess, no build, we need a build step here. So that's a problem. We need a build step and we need to build with MSW enabled equals true. So yeah, let's do that. And in here we'll have the reason I like testing against deployment is gives you the most confidence, but also I don't need to remember every time I add an environment variable to also add it here. So for example, I already forgot that I would have needed a recent API key, which should be here. But this one will want nothing. All right, so install the Playwright browsers, and then we can run the dev server. And then we can run the tests. Let's see if what we're saying does work. So npm build. So what's your problem here, my friend? Yeah, so one thing I forgot is that we actually want our first dependency here, MSW node, I guess. Different repo. I think if we call MSW production dependency, funnily enough, it's not gonna get bundled. Which is the opposite of what you'd expect. But let's see if I'm making it up. Maybe not. I guess it's a bit config actually. Vit exclude from bundle. Should it be in optimize things? Exclude. No. must have done it before. Last time I did MSW stuff. Is it really in here? The answer is maybe. The answer is no. Come on, internet, you've gotten this solution for me before. Maybe I found it here, very likely. Storybook, how did we get here? Live debug. I can try to conditionally import it, but I don't think that's what we want. Yeah, let's also set like env. Sanity check. Doesn't help. All right, conditional import time. We may do this anyway. Maybe we'll bring in bun. Import. Right, top level await. Let's see. We're on node 20. Maybe it's gonna work. Guess not. Not top level await allowed. But question is simple, like mark it as extendable. Yes, how? Yes, but how? I remember doing this for the advent of Svelte, actually, which is why I do have confidence that this will work at some point. But I didn't leave it in. I don't remember where it could have been. I don't think it would have been the Svelte config. But is it in the commit history? Who knows? All right, here we go. I want to work with Next.js, so I didn't do it. So I stopped doing this. But what was I doing before? I was doing the conditional, like bringing this or that thing, which is like fair enough. And I was doing it here. Maybe that's one of the ways we get there. Then all right, is it happier if I do it like this? Not quite. So this is true because in my local environment it's true, but it shouldn't be true here. All right, so this is fine so long as MSW enabled is not true. Great. That means this in real life will build. Still have a problem how do we use this in our browser tests, and I guess we do go into our second situation where we run the dev server. So yeah, it's gonna pnpm dev on this port, and that's it. Which means that our Playwright action is simpler. No spinning up the dev server, no building, but well, no building the app, no running a server for the real app. But here, when we run the test, this will also start the server. So we need environment variables here. All right, so that may actually work. Locally things still work. Kinda. Yeah, just quite a lot of error logs. Because we don't catch this. So let's make that a bit better, and then we'll actually send it. And what we found is that this error 500. Run this again. So better logs, you can see that this starts and Playwright will wait for this server to be spun up. When we are usually working locally, it will reuse the same dev server. That's why the tests run a bit faster. All right, so let's commit, push to prod, and hope for the best. We did move this here, which don't like. npm install again. The dependencies if we have any since we're here. Oh, neat. So, not much here. Playwright config, just remove this. Fewer letters, better. Vid config, not a real thing. Don't do that. More tests. Here, new action. The same action we had has a different name and targets a different folder. We even more conditionally bring in this. I guess we don't need like this browser check. That's just silly. So only runs on the server, has server on the name. Don't do that. It's confusing. In here, better login, and these are just very shuffled tests. All right, maybe on the README as well. Have another bench. And push. All right, push and see what builds, what doesn't, which test pass, which do not. Should be fun. And common scenarios to use MSW could be even when you work with Stripe. Although Stripe is really good at providing like test API keys and credit cards to test different scenarios and triggering webhooks for you. But hey, maybe sometimes you do want to do something else. There are tons of APIs that aren't as evolved as Stripe, and that's one of the cases where Playwright and MSW come in. It's a great combo to test those scenarios. Like Resend, as we said, even though it has an ever-expanding API Resend, then you can see that they don't gracefully handle when their server is all the way down. Like if your server is just offline, it's not going to return JSON. So that's a common use case that it exposed that maybe using our own fetch was better. Maybe not. Anyway, I don't think they have cases where if you send them an email containing the word error, then they're going to pretend that the server is on fire. And that's what you want for your demos. That's how you're going to solve this toasty. Like success, error, great. We saw all the scenarios. Looks good. So does real life look good? Follow the link in the description. Alright, something failed. Vercel deployment, fair enough. Oh. So yeah, sometimes that's not there, is it? Oh well. As a reminder, to Vercel, something I did offline, I put in the Resend API key for development and preview and another one for production, so I can easily reshuffle them if I accidentally click them. But I guess it wants MSW enabled false here, or empty. Let's say false for everything. And now maybe it will build. I guess that's maybe bad thing about Svelte being clever about the environment variables that you do or you do not have. You do have the option to dynamically look for environment variables, which have worked here, but I don't want to dynamically turn MSW on and off. I just want it to either be always on or off. In their examples, they do have a way, a suggestion to enable MSW based on a query parameter, which we could do. That's an option to discuss for sure. So when you do like MSW true, then you could enable MSW, or I think they suggest an MSW scenario, and then you can have like the error scenario loaded, or the success scenario, or the direct scenario, whatever your scenario may be. Like what I like is have edge cases according to the scenarios I want to test. So if I want to test the error during sign-up flow, I say if the email contains error, something like that. And I guess Stripe kind of agrees with that. They're like, if you want to test a credit card error, use this credit card. If you want to test the unpaid invoice, then use that credit card. Like depending on what you submit in your test, then you're going to get a different result. I think that's a better way to do it than search params for most scenarios. Right, we managed to build. That's good. We should be able to sign up for real. That's good. But we don't want to manually be clicking around all the time. It looks like our Playwright tests amazingly run. Great. Awesome. 3 errors because we ran against 3 different browsers. So amazing. That proves that it hit the correct test. And now that the deployment is correct, you can click around and sign up as well if you want. There you go. Everything works. How beautiful. Great. Amazing. So better than expected in that last moment. So we have successfully managed this. What should we do next? So there is a handy helper library package, which if you don't want to write your handlers yourself, which usually you don't want to like re-implement Stripe or your fake Stripe, you can actually point this tool to any API that has a defined Swagger or OpenAPI style schema, and then it will create all the mocks for you. So that's pretty nuts. So let's try that out. Let's see what we get. I haven't tried this before. It's called msw-auto-mock, link in the description. Oh, they have the D here. Teasers. And Resend very nicely does implement the OpenAPI spec. They do have that available for us, although they don't have like the nice Swagger style thing where you can see all the requests with the different colors and simple payloads and stuff. They just have a GitHub repo where they commit the YAML, which is kind of funny. But anyway, you know, if it works, it works. So now, let's see. These claim that if we run msw-auto-mock against the recent OpenAPI YAML spec, then it's going to generate the helpers wherever we output. Does it have like TypeScript support? And we want them in source mocks recent, I guess. Source mocks handlers recent. So source mocks handlers recent generated. Does it do TypeScript? It's not. Let's see what we get. That may be neat. Cool thing to show. Oh my god. They seed with one every time, so you get the same mocks. Fair enough. So it has all the handlers here, not without names, which is a bit interesting. And you can see that they have the audience's ID one. This is the one we used. And on this one, I guess they just return this all the time. Or is this not the one we want? Unclear. What's the one we hit? Let's double check. Audiences contacts. Okay, let's look at it. Ah, there you go. Looks quite a lot like the one we have. And it's a 201. Interesting. It always returns this. So this one is going to be more accurate than your one, than the one you'd write ever could be. That's fun. I wonder, how do you define your schema for this to randomly send true or false, and sometimes like hard coding the results here? So yeah, this generated file, super cool. Like if you were to write this, it would take a million hours. But now, with any OpenAI API schema, it just creates all this stuff for you. It's awesome. I will have a think on how we'd use this, for sure. So every time you hit it, you get like a different result, but I guess there is only one result here, and you get the ID of the contact, which is interesting. Maybe we should be returning an ID. Cool. Cool. Not sure I'm going to be using it here. Guess I could be using this or one of the responses. Instead of just returning this, for example, because that's not the real thing. And the status should be 201, as we saw. So what actually gets returned here is this, I think. Yeah. Was running faker make this flip out? I guess so. Interesting. Is it because this is actually a JavaScript file? Looks like it. Maybe not. Yeah, looks like that file has problems. Looks like that file has issues. So I'll have a look at this offline. Remember this option, like even to generate this and like just steal this handler, I think that's fine. Like steal the ones that, like base the ones that you actually want to mock and do like your own stuff, like erroring out in specific cases. You can use the generated ones as a head start and work from them. But yeah, we want actually use them for now. Does look like a cool tool. All right. So we talked about this at the very least. Check it out. I do think it's super cool. I love like code generation for sure. If a computer can do it, it will probably do it better than I. Let's be honest. In this case, like there may be some quirks to iron out, but I would still like copy paste the code that it generated and then amend it to make my own. To get a head start like that. Like I saw that the response is 201, which makes it more accurate to the reality. And also, if I do this once now, then I will never do it again. But Resend may change their API. If you're using a tool like this and you can have it hit their Swagger or whatever they have, then it will always be up to date. And then you'll actually see that, oh, like I'm not handling how they broke their API, how they changed, how they implemented this breaking change. So that's another reason to try to use something like this. Final thing, MSW with Vitest. So besides the end-to-end and like integration tests with Playwright, we didn't test like too many things. We have our Resend mailing list repository, and here we kind of winged it and had to double check with real life to figure out that, oh, we had like an extra bracket here and we weren't authorized, and this should actually be first the capital name, and that, like, this file could be better tested. Having the interfaces and having dependency injection is very handy. Having the end-to-end tests is very handy, but one of the places where it does actually make sense to have like more Unity style tests is when you are actually implementing those interfaces with specific solutions. So you can get deeper into the edge cases. You can have tests that say, make sure I send the correct authorization header, blah, blah, blah. Which I think the automated files didn't check for whether you have an authorization header. But anyway, that's by the by. Something we would DDD, not BDD, would be how the sign-up method works. And for that, we'd need Vitest, which is the test runner of the hour. Well, maybe not, maybe Ban is the test runner of the hour. But still, Vitest, great runner to use in any Vit project, including SvelteKit, because it's going to be using your Vit config, which means that all the quirks you have when your app is actually running, they're going to be set up for you. Unlike what happens with Jest, which very often differs to what you do in reality. But here, and the tests are going to be super fast. So let's show how we do that. So this one, great case for unit tests, I say, when you're implementing interfaces. So there is a mailing list test. We want to even on these ones, I do like more of a journey test, like an actual, you do this and this happens. But I guess the error cases, what do we do in an error case? Like this happens, which is fair enough. So yeah, maybe the happy case is this. But what else? It hits resend with a given email and first name and a subscribed false. Not sure. Not sure if I want that. Anyway, don't worry about it too much. Let's open the Vitest page. Or should we just import stuff here? Okay, so that looks correct. And let's get our expectation. And here, let's new up our new client. There's a mailing list here. Bring it in. And then and this is a great use case for using random UUIDs and stuff. Do I want this to return anything, or do I just expect it not to throw? To resolve. Just test this. It's fine. And in packetization, do we have like normal tests, unit tests? All right. So we have this open. Let's run it here. Should have run this before in the VS Code editor. I guess it doesn't use Volta to just run the correct version. This one should be fine. So now this errors out, which I didn't particularly expect. No, I did expect. Because we are actually hitting the real Resend API, which is not good. Your unit tests will be running even more than your browser tests. So that's another way where you'd be paying way too much money if you were running them against the real APIs. And you still won't be able to test 4 scenarios, as when something fails, what happens. So what we're gonna do is set up Vitest to also run MSW, but it will run forever. Every time we do like unit tests, we will be assuming that we want to have MSW running. So how do we do that? Actually, I think MSW does have an example explicitly for Vitest here, but I don't think that's correct. Oh well. I think it's kind of correct, but I think they're missing the step where you need to tell Vitest, use the setup file first. Maybe it will just work. I'm not sure. Stop it. I think you need to set up like setup files here, right? But let's see. Global setup, right? Yeah, so this one doesn't seem to have like a default. So what MSW is saying is kind of correct. Maybe should it be in source? Don't think so. Let's put it in source anyway. Files we may amend. Setup Vitest.ts, and then Vitest setup.ts, why not? And this one, let's try to find what we created. It's mocks MSW. What is it? This guy. And we actually call them what do we call them? Not sure. MSW node server. Who thought of that? So this will mean that Vitest, before all the tests, it will start listening. After all of the tests, it will close the connection, and after each test, it will be setting the handlers, which is great. That's what we want. But this will never run. So that's the missing step. Because we need to actually tell Vitest, read this file. And how do we do that? We can pass a config to Vitest in the vitconfig, actually. So much like here, we're saying include these files. And we can also say mock reset true, by the way. We won't be using mocks in this way here, but just in case you ever do, just always reset them between tests. No mutable state between your tests. They should be independent. But what we actually want is global setup. And we want source Vitest setup.ts. Yes. So now that work. We actually want setup files, which runs after Vitest is kind of ready. That's a helpful error test. Great. So now we do hit our API, and then we get like nothing as a result, which is fair enough. We just need to change our MSW, like Resend handler or something. This thing, so we found that this returns a 201 and just has like a unique ID that doesn't really matter. But our recent mailing list lesson, I guess, returns nothing, which is fair enough. So we want this to happen. And it's passed. And how would we test our error case? Let's check how to handle promise rejections. These always don't work that well. So this should be a sync, expect. Was they not awaited before? I see. something like that is what we expect. And if we hit it with error, then it passes. Great. Let's say it gracefully handles the resend. And you can have increased spec. The way this would help us is if we had an even more realistic implementation for the resend handler. So here, if we were actually looking at the headers, and let's see if we can actually do that. I can only imagine we get them from the request, but I just want to check. Right. So here, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to say const token equals this. Yes. And say that if no token, then return this, return a failure response for 1. What does this mean? That means when we migrated to our own fetch solution, if we had forgotten to do this, then we'd be getting an error. We got a 401. But we remembered, and we can be like even more particular with this. We could be checking like whether the token is the Resend API key. Let's see, because would that have caught our extra bracket here? Because that was a real error we had. This passes. Like if this was a real bug, we should have a failing test for it. And that would be the case if this token was not equal to Resend API key. So we get a 401. If we fix this, everything passes. Great. So that's how you ensure that you never forget this again. And there are other things. Yes, the closer you make your mock handler respond like the API you're trying to mock, the more confidence you have that you're interfacing with the API correctly. But I think that's most of it. We could be doing other like cute things to see, do we actually send the email that we want? Do we actually send the first name? But I'm not that fast. If that's important, then the UI should have like an important test for it. This is to dig in a bit further into the implementation detail of working with a specific API. People ask me about this. I do prefer the browser tests. I know that they take longer, but the confidence that they give you is so much better. If you have confidence in your end-to-end tests, then you can save days. So put in the effort and have them be nice, pleasant to work with, not flaky tasks, and you'll be getting paid back with faster releases. But unit tests like this do have their own case, for sure. And this isn't like in TDD, like we will have a TDD episode again. But hopefully, even now, like 4.5 hours in plus, well, where I'm kind of rambling, you kind of get what I'm trying to say here. It goes both ways. If this is a bit too complicated, you do need to encounter it again and watch for it again in the following episodes. But if it's too complicated and I've been talking for 4 hours, me as well need some time to reflect and let this wash over me and be absorbed in my head. Right, so we have more confidence we won't be doing those typos again. We don't have a specific test of whether we are actually signing up the correct person, I guess, but that's fine. We could have a GitHub action that actually runs the unit tests too. Do we want that? Why not? So let's take inspiration from like this Playwright MSW and say Vitest YAML. Call them Vitest unit tests. And here, check out the project, install dependencies, don't install Playwright browsers, don't run Playwright browsers. So npm run test unit should do it indeed. No environment variables. I think it will load what we have in .test, which is cool. And I think that's it. Not test results, not capturing artifacts this time. Let's just double check. And because it's running with CI true, I think it will not run in watch mode anymore. So in environments like GitHub, they pass the CI true flag and you can see that it doesn't start on watch mode. Some things happen differently when you're on watch mode. Hello, was there? You have caught us at the end of the stream. We've been talking mock service worker for the last 2 hours. And I do think we got somewhere. We did 3 different things. So we migrated some of our Playwright tests that were running against the deployment to still be running against the deployment. But we made some new ones that run against a local dev server with MSW enabled. So we can do cool stuff like this. So now we can demo like the pop-up, and then someone in the audience says, what if we didn't pay Resend and our service is down? Then you put in an email with an error in there, and that triggers our MSW to throw an error, and then we saw that we see that nice toast. No matter where you put it there. And then the crowd applauds. And they're like, wow, that was awesome. And now what we did is run MSW for Vitest tests as well, which I haven't showed that much in the past. And we're setting up a GitHub action to run those as well. Vitest can be useful for testing edge cases because it's so much faster than browser tests. That's why with browser tests, I really like the navigation smoke test and like the prime journeys. Like if a big error happens, the user should see a nice toast. When they do sign up for things, they should see things that tell them, yeah, you're in the team, you should log in perfectly. All of those things I do want to happen. But like some other smaller edge cases I'd rather have as a unit test. I guess the example here was that we did make a mistake adding an extra bracket with the Resend API key, and we can explicitly test for that in a unit test here. But almost 5 hours in, I think we're gonna be calling it a stream. And the final thing we're gonna be doing is adding that third GitHub action, which I think is fine. The timeout minutes, I'm not gonna have at 60. That makes sense for Playwright, but not quite here. Run Vitest test, I think this will just work. And go to a README and add another batch. Why not? And I guess we call this Vitest. Maybe we can call it unit. Maybe we should call it unit. Vitest. Absolute unit. Right, so anything else? No user value on this one other than more competence. We set up Vitest here, set up file to run mock service worker before our tests, GitHub action, the actual setup file, and the Vitest test. Great. So the Vitest test for the Resend and this interface, not interface. Send this, we're good. So, was it there in the chat? You think you'll push today and then code along at the work as well? No tasks at the moment. No tasks. Perfect time to learn. Or code along with me, if not learn, for sure. So long as you're not getting SvelteKit overload. I guess that's not a real thing. React overload is a real thing. But SvelteKit overload, not quite. And that's so nice to say. You keep coming up with extremely flattering testimonials and sentences that I want to snapshot and frame. It's quite nice. Right, so will we be ending with a bang, as in an awesome way to end with even more automation confirming that the things we deployed work? Or a bang, as in the server will be down and nothing will be working anymore? Let's see. Can only be one or the other. And I always bet on us being awesome and having done everything perfectly. Red. So the unit test didn't work. GitHub Actions. My only weakness. So what happened here? Is it that it's not actually running? It doesn't actually read the .test file? I guess not. Yeah, it has to be that. So should we be saying like automatically like read.env.test? I guess. We can use .env flow for this, so that's something to figure out on the fly. So I think the problem is that it doesn't find there is an API key. And that's why we're getting a 500 error, 401 error instead of a 500 error, which is fine. Locally, I guess it's reading.env.local. So that's fine. Ah, no, the .env.test is not committed. Oh. But why? .env.test is the one that I do like leaving in public. So I will. So leave that guy around. It's fine. You can use it as an example as well. Don't need to have an example file because you have .env.test. Use that as inspiration. Great. And yeah, commit.env.test as it doesn't have anything that shouldn't be exposed. Great. So we did get the GitHub Action blew up bang. Let's see if we're gonna get the buzzer beater 3 bang. I'm even more hopeful now. Mistakes only make me stronger. This badge stays at failing, like the red badge of same, until it gets a passing one. It doesn't go to like the waiting one. Or that's what I'm hoping. Oh, green. Great. My confidence was warranted. Why didn't this update? It's green here. Oh, just need to look at it. It's like a boiled kettle. Like within the moment where this was loading, where no one was looking, it updated. Anyway, everything looks in order. Loot Goblin, you can actually go there and sign up to the mailing list that may or may not send you emails one day, but what's out? Maybe I will send you something. Maybe I will send you sign up for Johnnify Premium because prices are going up. Who knows? Feel free to click around. Feel free to check out the browser-based validation as well. But if you do sign up, this is real. Maybe you'll get emails. So watch out for that. And this is not talking to MSW. So if you were to add error in the email, it will actually work. That's one thing that Resend doesn't have, that it doesn't send an email to you to like magically log in, confirm that's your actual email. So be chill with that. Don't spam people. But yeah, I think that's it for today. This was responsive as well, always nice. I think it looks decent. Let me know. And that should be it for today. What else do I have in the notes? We did MSW with Vitest. Great. And I think I preached already on when would we test like this and how will we use it in the future. So in the future, one of the things I'm very interested in testing, which we've talked about in the Discord as well, is the registration flow. Because that's like the most important thing in any app is, can the users easily sign up so they can buy things or operate within the app? And yet lots of people are afraid of testing it because it is complicated, especially when you use third-party providers, auth providers, which you should, or magically on-off authentication, which you also should. The easiest way to test the authentication flow is with email and password, which is usually discouraged. So it's a bit of a tricky situation. But with MSW, we will be able to like kind of hijack those emails, hijack those API calls, and get the magic links for ourselves. A lot of questions in the chat, so thank you both yet again for the engagement too. The question is, do I see any value in Storybook? Have I personally found it useful? So many years ago, when I didn't have a single white hair on my beard, I did like Storybook quite a lot. I was excited by it, and I did set it up in quite a few projects. And one of the other principal software engineers that I often work with to this day still likes it quite a lot, but I like it less because I do prefer testing in production. It depends on what kind of app you have. Like Storybook, if you don't know about it, it's a thing that is great for visual component testing. So in your app, I say you should click around like here you should have your browser test runner go through the fields and see if your app works. And then you say, wait a minute, like I want to, how do I see quickly, how does this button look disabled? How does this look in dark mode? How does this look in another theme? And then I tell you, you cannot do that. And then you tell me you should set up Storybook so I can see those things at a glance and test those scenarios. And I'm like, yeah, that's a great use case for Storybook. But I don't see the value if you're doing like a smaller project. If you work in a bigger company, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. If you are working in a bigger company, if you have a proper UX team and design team, and you want to be able to see all of these components at a glance, all these different states, then yeah, Storybook is great. But if you're just working on your own, or you just have a designer work on your things every once in a while, I think it's fine if you don't use it. I think your time is better spent configuring other things, because Storybook is yet another thing that does need to be configured. I don't think it works. I think it's still on Webpack as well, and everyone loves messing with Webpack configs, especially when their app doesn't have a Webpack config. I'm being satirical here, or sarcastic here. So yeah, I can see the value. I've used it in the past, and it was nice in the past for sure. But when I don't work in big companies, I don't see that much value. I'd rather like have the components usable in many places in the app, so you can easily see them. And if the UI is different, just take a screenshot test. I think it works better nowadays than Playwright component testing, which was in beta, because that also needs a different config. So in my ideal world, they keep working on the Playwright component thing and make it work without a separate Playwright config. And then it's a dream. You just have the one config, and you can test your components in isolation in different states and your whole app. And then I'm super happy. Did I manage to answer your question, or did I ramble on into many things? So Giuseppe as well kind of touches on the thing I said about the Webpack, but it's even more like you didn't like having an entire React project inside the code base when you have a SvelteKit app. And yeah, don't they have like a Svelte version about Svelte Storybook? Maybe not. I guess you can use it for Svelte components, but is the app actually React? That's quite funny. It depends is like the answer. It's like as a principal software engineer, like people pay me a lot of money to tell them it depends. It's always the case. It's always true. I guess they stay around for me to justify why I'm saying it depends this time, but it's always the answer. That's the thing. Like it's not. It is well loved. Storybook does deserve love, and it is a very cool project. But it's not fundamental like JavaScript. It's not fundamental like UX. It's something that you will need to learn in advance, and maybe you'll end up in a project that doesn't have it. And it is effort to set it up. Like it's one of those things where it really depends. But yeah, in the past, I liked it more. I guess that's another way to say it. I should have been showing it on screen on this time. So the ideal use case they do have in their website as well, where you can see that you have a component, it has like some specific scenario set up already. You can go in there and you can mess around with the props that the component can get, and you see it update live. That's the ideal use case. Like, who is going to be doing this? Like, will you be going there? Like, will your design team be going into your Storybook to check this? Maybe, like, but usually you don't have a design team just doing all of these things. If you have a design team, they're just on Figma and they update components, and then they will go to the live app to see if you've implemented them correctly. It has its uses. And I say well loved. Oh, +7. Svelte is on the +7. Not even on the first 5. They have like the HTML5 logo. and not Svelte. Oh well. But yeah, maybe I should put my other principal software engineer friend on the spot and ask him one day, like, why do you like Storybook? Why did you want to convince me to add it into this app? Because there is always value in getting multiple angles in any argument. Made for front-end developers. Therefore, it's in React. Got him. Right. So, super cool project. Definitely has affected more people than I ever got. 82,000 GitHub stars. And here it's only saying, you know, it has its cases, I don't know. But, you know, the popular things can kind of be wasting your time as well. That was my beginning argument for testing, that I was saying that if you're using TypeScript correctly, so without TS ignores, like too many any's and that sort of thing, I would have more confidence in your code base than if you are the average person who has tests, because very often the tests that we are taught to write are implementation detail tests, like did you call the database twice and did it have these parameters, that don't actually give you more confidence. They just check that what you wrote is what you wrote, and if you want to change it, then you need to change your code implementation, your test will fail, and you'll update your test. So, not thrilled. Another thing is that Tailwind 4 will come this year, looks promising. Yes, it's one of the few things that I get into Twitter to check what Adam, the creator of Tailwind, is up to. And I do like Tailwind 4, how it's shaping up. The CSS first config looks very exciting. It's something that I'm trying to do even with Tailwind 3, because I use CSS variables quite a lot. So you may have noticed in my projects that I essentially copy paste the same Tailwind config. And that's achieved because in many places I use CSS variables. So the Tailwind config stays the same, but what changes is the app.css or root.css or whatever else defines these custom properties, these CSS variables. But if Tailwind 4 is going to be CSS config first, then you don't need like this middle layer at all. You just need to use the CSS variables they are expecting. And that's great because that means more standardization. It's not like, oh, these are the CSS variable names that Johnny made up. It's the ones that Tailwind made up, or the creator of Tailwind made up, and therefore like 100,000 people know of them. You don't need to ask me personally why I came up with like BG Surface 3 or something. So yeah, very excited about that. And I think Adam often tweets about performance things as well. It's quite interesting. So yeah, I don't know if it's going to be later in the year. That one I didn't hear, but that'd be cool. Not make this about me, but the best way to get a breaking change to a library is for me to make a video about it, I have found. So the moment I would be like, oh, dark mode with Tailwind 3, it's like next day Tailwind 4 is out. That's what I expect to happen. But yeah, hopefully it's this year, hopefully it's soon. Did we get to all green segment here? That's not my repo. Other people are deploying at the same time. We got the green tick. Cool. Cool. We did talk about this in the future. Today we did the email capture with Resend and saw different solutions as well. My original plan was to do it with Torso and Drizzle straight to RTB, but I did want to cover MSW as it's going to be useful in the future for testing magic link login and intercepting those sorts of requests. Now, the next one on Friday is actually going to be our database adapter. So Loot Goblin is supposed to be an app that helps DMs, game masters, Dungeons and Dragons, people get inspired and generate some loot and have cool loot appear in their games, even video games and that sort of thing. So how that be achieved? We'll have records in a database that will be fetching, like the fundamentals of web dev and full stack and front-end development is fetching some data, render it nicely on the screen. Hitting APIs, essential part. We did some of it today. We'll be hitting even more APIs. We'll be hitting databases to fetch the data rendered on the screen, which is the bread and butter of software development. So another comment by TP. Now I'm dabbling with WebAssembly for a work-related project. Oh, wow. I wonder how easy it would be to embed a WASM WebAssembly app inside a Svelte page. Surely someone made a library with a cool Svelte component. So which language are you using for your WebAssembly project? So the cool thing about WebAssembly is like use any language that you want, and it can get deployed and run into your browser. So which one did you go for, or are you going for? That's what I'm interested in hearing for sure. And how do you embed inside the Svelte or SvelteKit page? That's a good question. How do you embed WebAssembly in general? Like, do you just put an iframe in there and then it renders inside that? That's like the easiest way to get anything inside anything else on the web. So maybe that's it. But there must be something. Like, is there any sense it just works without a specific component? Use Rust with SvelteKit. Now, that's a title and a half. I don't think... Well, I don't know. That's something to look at. Here. A whole project, a little game with Bevy. I don't know Bevy. Like, I don't know that many game engines. I only know like the big ones, including Godot though. So that's quite nice. In Rust, 2D render, 3D render, amazing. I'll have a look at it for sure. At some point, we'll definitely take like a month and try to make a game to get it released on Steam, because that's always fun. Cool. So yeah, not much. I'd expect that there's going to be like a standard API to get your WASM injected into the page, and then you just use those elements in a regular Svelte component that you can create, and it's not going to be a custom one. But I don't know. Yeah, WASM. Any language compiles to WASM. That's the appeal. But Rust, of course, has the appeal of it's super fast. It has the problem that it's super unreadable to me, but you can get around that, especially with things like game dev, where performance is very, very important. It's worth the hit to have the language be a bit more unpleasant to write in. Maybe, like maybe some people just matrix style see the Rust code and they just get what it does. I'm sure on the inverse, some people see React or Svelte and they're like, wow, what's this? And they can't touch that. So maybe to them, Rust is super readable. To me, it's like, it's not quite Haskell where my brain does explode, but still, like, it takes quite a lot of effort. All right, I can hear that my puppy is being mischievous, probably to get some attention, finally. So, next time, database stuff. Next time, I don't think we'll get it, but if we do a 5-hour stream, maybe we'll get there. Who knows? Excited for them. Once again, thanks everyone for watching, especially those in the chat, keeping me company and coding alongside me. And as it happens, full feature WebAssembly game where you can upload and play games. WebAssembly game platform. So yeah, that's that's even more of a project. That's a project I have for sure. We could do it. We'll see. What I was thinking after loop coupling, immediately I thought that I would love a party generator. So I'm through Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, no spoilers. Yeah, I'm getting through it. And I was thinking, even though the game does kinda guide you into a specific party for a specific situation, so there's a side quest and maybe on that one you should be with X person or Y person, kinda makes sense to slot them into the party. Baldur's Gate as well, it has some companion quests where it kind of makes sense to use some people, but there should be an app that has like the party member randomizer where you put in your party members and it suggests, like on this one you should do like Cloud, Tifa, Earth. On this one you should do Cloud, Red, and Barret, whatever. Karlak, Asterion, and Gale. Or whoever else could be on your party. As a way to like randomize, like just not stick with your favorites in an RPG and give a chance to the other characters to sign. So I was thinking next project maybe would be that. Should be easy to refactor that one. Final Fantasy is actually not one of the reasons I got into web dev. But definitely the reason I learned how to speak and read English, because I wanted to play Final Fantasy VI or Final Fantasy III as I knew it at the time, without my dad being there to be like, you know, this person is saying this and they're asking for this and you need to go out. And that's maybe the key reason that I really wanted to learn to read English fast. And the other reason in the game dev connection is that Breath of Fire as well, all these games, they have the concept of recolors. So you have an enemy, you get over them, random encounter, you beat them, great. You go to another area, then you see the same enemy, but it's a different color. Now they're red, now they're sepia tone, whatever. And that got me thinking, why could they be doing this? Why are there people that look like other people, monsters that are like white boars, and then they're black boars, and then they're red? Like, why is that happening? And then, as a small child, I was thinking that maybe because the card race is so small, they're doing it to save space. And eventually I found out that that's kind of what was happening with recolors and palette swaps and stuff. And then I was like, those guys are geniuses. This is ingenious. I want to do that. And I started learning programming and eventually found that it's quite hard to make a living making games. So switched to web dev, which is its own part of engineering and programming, and quite pleasurable for sure. And yeah, I guess that's like 20 years later, still doing web dev, not doing games, but maybe we'll get there in the past. Anyway, the moral of the story, not moral, the idea of the story was that I was so fascinated by how genius those game devs were, like to be able to provide so many enemies, such a big word, just by playing with the color palette. That was quite clever. So yeah, performance and optimization at an early age was what got me into software engineering. But yeah, now it's Rebirth. Now it's like 1,000 times more people working on those projects. It's quite intense. But smaller games, indie games, you know, possible. Who knows? Maybe we'll get there. All right, puppy is ready to be cuddled. Web dev enables you to play games. Yeah, I guess that was my reasoning for the career at some point. Be able to buy games and play games by doing web dev and enjoy games. Because that's the other problem. Like, I often listen to interviews with game developers and designers and all sorts of people, and it is quite hard to be current with video games when you are in that culture. It's a tough environment for sure, and every game that gets made is a miracle. All right, so clearly could be talking about games for hours. Thanks a bunch. especially for these interactions. Catch you all Friday, where we do DB stuff. Have a lovely, lovely rest of the week. I'll see you next time. Bye.